It resembles a nopkiri, an African symbol of defense, authority, and leadership. The black rod stands at a length of 1.1 meter and weighs 8 kilograms. The protea at the head of the black rod is South Africa's national flower. It has 2 rows of 9 handmade 18-karat gold leaves, each representing one of the 9 provinces. The inner core of the protea is made of pure silver and is finished in oxidized silver. The supporting disc below the protea is made of ebony and is connected to the shaft of the rod by 18-karat gold struts. Below the protea is a section of beadwork which represents South Africa's diverse people and its rich cultural heritage. The shaft of the black rod is made of ebony. The South African coat of arms, made of pure silver and finished in color vitreous enameling, appears twice on the shaft. The shaft is also inlaid with 18-karat gold strips. 2 sets of clasping hands engraved by hand in 18-karat gold also appear on the shaft and symbolize freedom, peace, and cooperation. The national flag appears 3 times on the shaft. The flags are pure silver and are finished in vitreous enameling. 6 gold rings on the shaft of the black rod are made of 18-karat gold. When the National Council of Provinces is in session, the black rod stands in a drum. The drum is a symbol of the African tradition of using drums to call people together for a meeting. It is also symbolic of South Africa's achievement of democracy through dialogue. The drum is made of yellow wood, and the top is covered in springbok skin. Encircling the drum is a pure silver band engraved with images of rock paintings. Placed over these images are further images depicting elements of South Africa's 9 provincial coats of arms in colored vitreous enameling. From the northwest is a calabash gold. From the Free State is a cluster of Orange River lily flowers. From the Northern Cape is a thorn tree. From KwaZulu-Natal is the Strelitzia flower. From Mpumalanga is the red barberton daisy. The Eastern Cape is represented by the red aloe, indigenous to the Eastern Cape. The Limpopo province is represented by the baobab tree. From Gauteng is the chemical symbol for iron. Lastly, the Western Cape representation is a bunch of grapes. All these come together to epitomize the unity that this nation represents.
We are now joined by the Minister, the Deputy Minister, of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, Mengapa. Mama, thank you so much for joining us and welcome to Parliament TV.
Thank you very much for having us as well.
Yes, ma'am. Public raised so many issues regarding land reform and agriculture. For instance, EGAD. You were there also yesterday. Can you just give us an update as to what really happened and how the department is going to address issues there?
Definitely the problems that the farmers, especially emerging farmers at Ikeja, where we went to meet them, which is supposed to be a farmer protection support center, but it is in a very bad shape because it has not yet been renovated. Actually, that is the key and a center which would support them all, whether you are in banana industry or sugar cane or chicken, but unfortunately it has not been attended to. A strong follow-up is going to be made. And secondly, their own problems, challenges that they experience include that there was once a processing machine, mill in Umzimpu. It was then closed down, and as a result the cost of transporting sugar cane to whether it's in anywhere here, Woolers but it's very far. And therefore it affects their own production because it sometimes rot without having reached the processing plant. The roads become a key challenge because they have to transport it, particularly post the disasters and the heavy rains. The other one is the fact that they produce banana, and banana does not require too much handling. If you want to reach the market, it needs still good condition, including trucks that are meant to actually preserve whatever moisture or temperature when you transport them. That was transport need, road surface itself, the place which is the packing house. There are no packing houses there. You can see that this is actually a non-starter for any farmer. Yes, the bigger issues, of course, we are a cluster together with trade and industry, agriculture, and all those departments that has everything to do with economic development through agriculture. But without dwelling much on the challenges they have, the plight and the poverty was actually very glaring on rural women who are actually working there. I remember I've just come from Indonesia. There was a G20 focusing on rural women, how much we should empower them, and it should be ensuring they don't get such suffering. But if the very employers in the form of farmers have such challenges, it becomes a bigger challenge for those who expect to be employed and paid and taken care of by the farmers. So they were both joined in that discussion. The plight that they were, the pleas that they were making to us as government was all inclusive. And I admit that some change in programs must be followed to address those cries. Yes, some of them have met here because they told us that they would present their cases here, which is very important. And I appreciate that now you are all going to amplify this need, because we have to talk about it, we have to address it in the country and in the world, that we do have such pockets of poverty where even those who must help are helpless.
Yes, and ma'am, also the floods affected other areas, including the horseshoe project and others. So is the department doing something?
Indeed, we are doing something, and fortunately I did visit horseshoe, and despite the challenges and the degradation of the environment, poverty and all, but I want to say that's a beautiful area, geographical and environmental. You can run agri-tourism there, yes, very much. But in any way, I want to make this admission. The other first program of addressing small producers, farmers, rural, was in place, which spoke about agri-parks, where you would have equipment, that is mechanization, also water, also pack houses with water, so that you can enter that process of washing them, drying them, and then packing them and ready, and also provision of transport that has got regulated temperatures for them to do well. That was agreed. But look at the horseshoe, at Ikeja and other areas, the space is too wide. It wouldn't work, because from where you are in a corner, you would have to travel before you get to the pack house. Yeah. You don't play those games with agricultural production. So where I stand is that they then changed together with the stakeholders. Given that program and that budget and that year, they then said, let's have what we call a farmer production support center, where you would actually gather all the equipment you would require, whether it's potato planter or harvest seed planters and every other thing that is required. And then have its own management. Because one of the weaknesses where you had everyone calling for a tractor, others saying they do have that they can't maintain, is the fact that when you talk of asset management, it's not about counting. It's also about ensuring that it went through the gate with farmer number 5. Farmer number 5 brought it back. The engineers inspect it, wash it, clean it, oil it, and test if it's in good order for the next farmer to come and take. Where you support yourself with low beds in order to transport them forward, because you can't have in one farm or one center all the implements that you require. And in fact, if you need a plow, it's once. The next one you need is a disc. The next one you need is a planter. You can't therefore say each farmer must have all this, because during the season, each one will be used once. So our appeal and our approach that we stand for together with the province of KZN, I'm very, very happy with the cooperation that we experience with the leadership, the cabinet, as well as our own colleagues. We will ensure that we integrate. Remember, this department has been rural development under a ministry and a minister, and agriculture and rural development separated under a mini, but we need then to be one ministry. That has been approved, but I'm sure there's resistance because each one of these departments, their own systems, their own management, their own offices. So it is important then that even before we integrate, we bring them together as one. Let's integrate with the budget so that the plan, there's one plan for Uku. If we know we're gonna go for grain, let's observe the season for sunflower, for maize, all that is going to be in that family. And then the ongoing process of sugarcane as an economic driver, you then have to support it very much integratedly, bringing in the whole cluster of economy, which includes the trade and industry, because if you want to survive them, bring closer the processing, sugarcane milling, bring it in. Then think about diversification. What will you do by the products that come out of sugarcane? You can see that the idea was when you run away from sugar tax, you also think about macadamia nuts. You can see that people are getting out of bananas, out of sugarcane, but it's not gonna help us a lot, because we've got a lot of experience of people who have been in this business of sugarcane, bananas. Here KZN, that's almost a culture. Talk about the issues of why were they not well supported post the disaster. I think there is a lot that was required for a person to access this fund, because you needed unemployment reports, SARS, registration, of which some of our farmers were not indeed technically supported to produce such business plans. To an extent, you find them others saying, we were told, we did submit, we were told now of late that will be given seedlings and inputs. But they are not supposed, we are not supposed as government to be talking about seedlings and so on. That's a normal support. The support they are talking about is the loss. The cabbage that was washed away, the harvest of grain that was washed away was already ready to be harvested. So for a farmer that's a loss. Then we will go back because our budget for disaster was operated in one center.
Yes.
Maybe issues specific to a farmer were not totally addressed. Some lost their piglets, their sheep, their goats. It was indeed for a farmer. A farmer can cry for a small chicken taken by a hawk.
And very sentimental to them.
Definitely.
To their produce.
And mainly it's women.
Yeah.
Because rural women engage in agriculture as a way of life and their culture.
A lady by the name of Nombuso Duma set up her own factory to make skin products which are based on an organic approach, and these skin products are made from plants which are organic plants which they plant here within this same community.
KwaZulu Skin specialize ngama products avikela isikhumba, astreat isikhumba kambe khona induna, acne, eczema, psoriasis, dermatitis, no hyperpigmentation. Ama products wethu akuve effective ekutreating lezo inkinga zesikhumba, a hypoallergenic ama products wethu akanalo nephunga, a dermatological tested as well.
Well, this story actually fits within the strategy of the parliament, particularly the 6th parliament, because it talks to the triple challenges that we are facing of inequality, poverty, and unemployment. If this business grows, certainly it is going to ensure that it employs more people.
Engikufisa kakhulu ukuthi kwenzeke ukuthi sithole i-equipment yokuthi sikwazi ukusebenza lama contracts esiwathathile makhulu azodinga sibe ne-material yokusebenza, sibe ne-equipment, sibe ne-budget ukuthi sipromote abantu bazi nge-product yethu, bazi ukuthi yindaba eyenza ukuthi ibe ngcono. Konke lokho kudinga imali, kudinga semsakazweni, semaphepheni, sithini kodwa ke sinethemba ukuthi sizothola lelo xhaso.
Ngaphambili ngibonga igama uSibuka kaMpisane ngila ngokwe ugu Association of Business thina sibheke kakhulu kulezo zomnotho mhlali ngaphambili mhlasimbe umuntu akaqale abonga ukuthi njenge ugu Association of Business we support I decision ethathwa umnyango wezomnotho KwaZulu-Natal ukuthi le ndawo esikuyona ugu Sports and Leisure uyiphendule iMaritime University sithi lokho sikushayela ihlombe.
Besicela eward 2 ukuba kube khona ogandaganda for ukulima. We are also asking for ukuba kube khona i-trainings ezenziwayo for farmers, for abantu abatyalayo ba train, because we have a lot of people that are staying emakhaya with no training but imihlaba ikhona. We also want to ask ukuba eward 11 sibhekelelwe nathi ngezinto zokutyala, sibhekelwe imihlaba and government to contribute into that, sitrainelwe abantu. Thank you so much, and ngiyabonga ngokufumana opportunity to pass indaba yomntwana utshonileyo that has not even been addressed here ye-pumping station ezishiywe deliberately ezibonwayo endleleni. Tomorrow we are burying a child because of that. Thank you.
Number 3. Thank you, sis.
Fundo ezenziwayo kule region yethu as aligned ne-job market to address the unemployment, because if education singayi-address ukuthi ayihambisane ne-job market then sizoqhubeka siba nenkinga.
Ngizomela omama abalimayo ama-senior citizens edududu nezinye inhlangano ezilimayo, siyacela kubaphathiswa ukuthi abasibhekelele kakhulu ngoba inhloso yethu ukusiza ulusha lukwazi ukuzenzela izinto ngokunokwazo, ngoba most yabo aba above 35 abasayitholi imisebenzi. So kuyafuneka bazama ukuzenzela izinto. Siyasebenza somama, asinakiwe edududu, nala silima khona kubiyiwe uma sesilimile sesivuna sidla nale ngane ezuvazi ngiyasaba ukusho ukuthi amaphara kodwa ayiwona so manje siyacela sinakekeleke somama abadala esizama ukulima ngalendlela ngibe sengingenelela futhi nasendaweni okuthiwa isenkampula kuhle ngoba sinayo umama wethu la uyalazi udaba lwemixhaso yezindlu zakhona bayasokola abantu balapha yana abasebenzi ngoba bakhe endaweni okuthiwa yamakhalati so imixhaso abakwazi ukuyakhelwa nathi kuyasihlupha besikhalela.
Can you please give us your view or your overview about what really happened yesterday and what Parliament has and the impact that you saw into the people's, especially during the public hearings?
How is it possible that 11 years later people don't have water? So does it have to take Parliament to come to Ugu in November 2022 to hear that from the people?
Yes.
So it means the level of disconnect we must always look at very closely to make sure that there's no disconnect between government and the people, and without surveying the factual exposition on the matter. But when it comes from communities, most of the time you'll find that it is true because they live those realities daily.
Yes.
They would not come here and sit here and say we don't have water since 2012 and thanks for coming today, we hope we'll have water tomorrow. So it means that presence of Parliament's ear, that presence of ministers for those portfolios becomes a very important connecting point for citizens to ensure accountability is extracted from those who are responsible to implement. So we hope that out of yesterday's discussions, out of today's deliberations on infrastructure, we will hopefully go a long way to ensure that the improvement on the responsiveness of government, to make sure that it doesn't take instances like this where you begin to hear the fault lines on the service delivery chain of government, but you are able to spare action, whether it is Parliament, whether it is legislatures, whether it is the executive, right up until to local government executive, to make sure that everybody is inspired to take actions to improve the quality of lives of people. So we do hope that those issues would now become a critical component of monitoring by the provincial government. Hopefully the Premier, who was also here, has taken notes on many of the areas where it may be easier to see bottlenecks and what must be done, but also to acknowledge improvements.
Yes.
I mean, the Minister of Health and Home Affairs, rather, yesterday made very important innovative issues to say that you would now have at a bedside in a hospital or anywhere there will be a Home Affairs office there, and that Home Affairs would make sure that when that child is born, you don't even have to go anywhere. You walk straight to that office. Those are innovations. Those are innovations, and you will be able to see those innovations when you listen to the cries of the people. And I think those are important acknowledgements of progress that our government is doing, and they need to be commended around that. So Parliament's role remains vigilant to make sure that those undertakings are met and brings back regular interface in different areas with the intention that it mustn't take Parliament to drive innovation. It must not take Parliament to spare actions. It must be because when Parliament comes, the executive in all its level must showcase successes.
Yes.
Successes. There will always be complaints, of course, but the predominant overwhelming weight must be about showcasing successes. And that's what Parliament would be excited to see.
Do you think we are doing much to make sure that when we come, we reduce complaints from the people, rather people come and praise the executive and everyone?
Well, it's a matter of approach than anything else, because Parliament's administration exists for one purpose only: to assist members to discharge their responsibilities as outlined in the Constitution. And ours is to make sure that they are armed as much as possible with the right information. And that entails investing significantly on research.
Yes.
Our ability to do research, and research not for the abstract purposes, academic research, but to be able to say, when we say there's parliamentary offices in Northern Cape, Northwest, or anywhere, what are the issues that we pick up on the ground? Are we sitting to wait for people to walk through our offices? Or are we able to go when there's a payment of social grants in Kuruman and be there when that truck of SASSA comes?
Yes.
Observe how people are treated in those areas. Hear their complaints, silently record. That's research. When the Portfolio Committee of Social Services meets, you must be able to say, we have sampled 4 or 5 sites of delivery. Just quietly, and there was no parliament with the people's asked as an office. Are we able to do that? The same thing to happen for researchers for health. Do our staff go to clinics as a deliberate effort of conducting research? Go to clinics, go to hospital, spend time at Doranginza Hospital, spend time at Paraguana Hospital as health portfolio committee researchers. Pick up what is happening against what the APP said of that department. It doesn't have to take members.
Yes.
But as part of your work to go and conduct research, silently, empirical evidence, qualitative research, hear what patients say in that long queue that they are sitting. Only to come and collect chronic medication, but they have to sit there until 6 p.m. in the afternoon and be turned back. They took 60 rand to leave Mdeni to go to Bara. They don't have that money. They have borrowed it to be asked to come back. It is visiting their own meager earnings that they have to be able to manage their own health. What are the things that out of our own gathering information we can be able to say to our portfolio committee when they come next time? These are the things you must speak up. This is what we've picked up in clinics. People count people in clinics, and when they reach 50, they cut them. Same as Minister of Home Affairs was saying, there is no law in this country that says cut people.
Yes.
It does happen in clinics. Not now, it has long been happening. So the degree of activism of our administration to complement the political players in the institution around arming them with the right data, so that when they discharge their responsibilities, Parliament's ear is on the ground across all facets of the organization, whether it's administration, whether it's political functionaries of the institution. So the point you are raising about, could we do something to reduce these complaints? Yes. Of course, they don't have to come in a long queue now. Because if we are everywhere to have our own administration program to go. Are you in portfolio committee for Home Affairs? How many times did you visit the Home Affairs offices? You can't say, no, when we go in July, August, we will then see that. But you are the engine room to service that committee.
Yes.
Do they have to discover it at the same time with you? Or you should bring that so that when they go there, they exercise oversight. So that dynamic is very important for people to understand.
And just lastly, in conclusion, there is that kind of no distinction between Parliament and the executive. What is it that you think going forward we can do to just make sure that these two arms are together yet independent?
I always use this example when I talk to people. When we grew up, I don't see it now. When we grew up, you would know this. There was this chewing gum called Chappies.
Chappies.
Yes, I don't know, many of you might not know that.
Chappies.
Chappies, yes. So in the past, Chappies, I have not bought one now. I haven't seen one. You must go to deep areas to find the Chappies on the without fail. When you open a Chappies, it's written there, did you know?
Yes.
And you would, in a matter of a split second, be empowered on something.
Absolutely.
Yes. Did you know that so and so? My favorite was, did you know that Big John Tate knocked out Leon Spinks in 1971 in 3 seconds? You would know that. I'm a boxing fan.
Yes.
So, okay, he was knocked out in 3 seconds in 1971 in the Battle of this. Tomorrow it's something else. Yes. Did you know that the longest bridge is?
Yes.
So that's easy education. A person walks back, he knows what's the longest bridge on earth. So can you imagine if we have did you know moments as Parliament? Did you know that Parliament passed 10 legislations, 10 bills last month of which 4 focus on empowerment of women against this. Did you know Parliament passed this bill? And one of its key issues is to make sure that child foster grant is now received not only by the mother but us. So I read that. I don't have to be given a thick document, a piece of legislation signed. No. You gave me what the most essential issue is. True, did you know? If Parliament has did you know on its own TV, apart from covering things, did you know Parliament last week did this and this? As a result, NCOP has now increased this and this and this. Did you know that water this and this and this in Northern Cape? As a result, 15 boreholes have now been. So I relate the work of Parliament with the impact it touches on my life. And that is all contained in a simple did you know message.
Yes.
Not background, summary, whatever. You as a Sittng, did you know what this Parliament is doing? So those issues for me are part of, you can use that even in creating distinctions between the role of Parliament and whatever. Did you know that Parliament has 490 members, of which this and this and this?
We are here as delegates coming from National Council of Provinces because we take Parliament to our people. We are happy up to so far since we are here this morning to do our oversight to this project. The other challenge that we have seen is just to talk to the project manager to make sure that they communicate with other stakeholders like communities and business so that at the end of the day, the project will move swiftly.
Again, that's the promise you make is the promise you keep. We said that the president will be joining us, and the procession is just about to pass us now, that for 2022, taking Parliament to the people, the address by the president, as we said, he is coming, he is accompanied by the National Council of Provinces, Ntate Amos Masondo. He is accompanied also by the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Ms. Sylvia Lucas. He is also being accompanied by the Speaker of the KwaZulu-Natal province, as well as the Deputy Chairperson. There we see the President. There we see the Deputy Chairperson to the National Council of Provinces, and the Speaker, Honorable Boyce. And we will be beginning this procession the broadcast of today will be about a debate, and it's going to take place from now on until just about past 14 hours. There they are taking a picture now, a picture opportunity for the President as well as the National Council of Provinces Deputy Chairperson, the Premier of the province, Mayor Dube Ngube, as well as Honorable Boyce. And during this debate, I just want to speak about the theme of the debate. The theme of the debate is building agile capabilities for the state so that service delivery can be improved. And the province of the KZN, as we said, has got challenges with regard to human settlements, sanitation, sanitation as well as policing issues, because the police stations as well as the communities, yes, the stock theft has been a challenge within, but there it goes. The procession is inside the hall now, which is now turned into a chamber. Just to give you a glimpse, we have got at least 2 premiers over and above the one from KZN. We have Honorable Panyasa Lusufi in attendance. We also have got Honorable Ntombela in attendance from the Free State. But before we hand over to you, we just want to say that thank you so much for joining Parliament Television. We have been with you for a week. Let us just now hand over to the proceedings inside. And bye-bye.
So thank you very much. In keeping with our tradition, I now bow to my right and bow to my left. And having done so, I request all delegates to observe a moment of silence for prayer or meditation. Thank you very much. Can you sit down? Please allow me at this point to make the following announcements. Firstly, that the hybrid sitting constitutes a sitting of the National Council of Provinces, that delegates in the hybrid sitting enjoy the same powers and privileges that apply in a sitting of the National Council of Provinces. That for the purposes of the quorum, all delegates who are logged on to the virtual platform shall be considered present. That delegates must switch on their videos if they want to speak. That delegates should ensure that the microphones on their gadgets are muted and must always remain muted. That all delegates in the chamber must connect to the virtual platform. That delegates who are physically in the chamber must use the floor microphones. That all delegates may participate in the discussions through the chat room. And please note that the interpretation facility is active. Permanent delegates, members of the executive, special delegates, and SALGA representatives on the virtual platform are requested to ensure that the interpretation facility on their gadgets are properly activated to facilitate access to the interpretation services. Permanent delegates, special delegates, SALGA representatives, and members of the executive in the chamber should use the interpretation gadgets on their desk to access the interpretation facilities. I've also been informed that there'll be no notices of motions or motions without notice. So, honorable delegates, no notice of motions or motions without notice. Before we proceed, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome the President of the Republic, the Premiers present, MECs, SALGA representatives, and all permanent and special delegates to the sitting. So without further ado, we shall now proceed to the address by the President of the Republic of South Africa as reflected on the order paper. I now call upon His Excellency, Honorable Cyril Ramaphosa, President, to address the House. Honorable President.
Person of the National Council of Provinces, Mr. Amos Masondo, Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Ms. Sylvia Lucas, the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, Ms. Nomusa Dube Ngube, honorable members of this honorable House, ministers and deputy ministers, premiers, MECs, executive mayor of Ugu municipality, other mayors who are also here, representatives of SALGA,
Honorable President, just for a minute.
Representatives of various political parties.
I will ask the President, Honorable President, just to take a seat for a second. Honorable members, I'm sure all of us know by now that we may not use a language that is not in keeping with the good decorum of the House. And some of the messages that you are communicating are indeed a bit of a problem. And if members have an opportunity, or if members want an opportunity to articulate whatever messages and so on, we should be having in front of the House a substantive motion. So I'm going to urge you to please sit down and desist from what you are doing, honorable members. So I'm ordering you to please sit down. Take your seats. Honorable members of the EFF, if you do not take your seats, I'll be forced to take you out.
Chairperson.
Honorable Chairperson, may I rise on a point of order, please?
Yes.
I'm rising.
Chairperson, may I rise on a point of order, please?
I can't see you.
Here I am, Chairperson.
Yes.
Honorable Chairperson, we all know the rules of Parliament and of this House. No member of this House is allowed to portray or to show any party regalia. What we see behind us here clearly indicates the party regalia of the EFF, and it is not in terms of the rules of this House.
Thank you very much. Honorable member, what's your issue?
Chairperson.
On what point are you rising?
Someone is continuing to mute me.
Chairperson, can we be protected?
We are not intimidated by a group of people brought here. The EFF will never be intimidated to stand for the people of this province who do not have water, who do not have infrastructure, who continuously are raped, while the president of this country is sleeping on top of money.
Please sit down.
While the president of this country is sleeping on top of dollars, which today remains unaccounted for. We demand to know, when is the president of this country going to tell our people where he got that money from?
I'll ask you, of course, that's not a point of order. Ngizawucela ke endlini ukuthi sisebenzisane siyeke ukubanga umsindo ukuze le sitting ye NCOP ibe impumelelo. So without any waste of time, we will now proceed.
Chairperson, on a point of order.
We will now proceed.
On a point of order, Chairperson.
What is the point of order?
We are not going to be addressed by a president who has broken his oath of office. The people of Ugu region don't have water, and is not going to address the House. He is not honorable. He is a dishonorable president who lies on top of dollars. He has no right to address the people of Ugu region.
Honorable member, order, sit down. We will now proceed.
We know they are begging for bread. We are not going to be intimidated. We have the right to freedom of speech. We have the right to express ourselves in this house. We have the right to express ourselves in this house.
Akekho umuntu onelungelo lokuthi asukume akhulume ngingazange ngisho njalo njengosihlalo we-NCOP njenge-presiding officer. So I'm not allowing you to speak. I'm not allowing you.
So you are going to suppress us?
I'm not allowing you to speak.
No, you are going to be suppressed.
I'm not allowing you to speak. Thank you very much. Let's proceed, President.
Voorzitter, op een punt van orde. Op een punt van orde, voorzitter.
What's the point of order?
My punt van orde is...
What is the point of order?
Voorzitter, my punt van orde is, as lede van die parlement van Suid-Afrika, lê ons elkeen 'n eed af, dat ons die grondwet van die land sal eerbiedig.
No, that's not the point of order, man.
Die mafia-president wat vandag hier voor ons verskyn, het die grondwet oortree. En ons kan nie toelaat dat ons vandag in hierdie huis deur 'n mafia-president toegespreek word nie. Ons kan nie toelaat dat 'n president wat die grondwet van die land oortree het, vir ons hier voorkom verskyn en vir ons 'n soetsappige storie kom gee. Sy beloftes van deursigtigheid. Waar is sy beloftes van deursigtigheid? Waar is dit? Daar is geen deursigtigheid en verantwoordelikheid by die president nie. So ons vereis verantwoordelikheid en deursigtigheid. Hy het deur die agterdeur ingekom vir deursigtigheid, maar hy deur agterdeur is vandag is nou nie meer deursigtig nie.
Yes, I'm giving you a warning now. If you persist in what you are doing, I'm going to throw you out. If you persist in what you are doing, I'm going to throw you out. Honorable President, please proceed.
On a point of order, Chair.
Please
On a
proceed.
point of order.
Honorable Lutuli, I've warned you.
Chairperson, it's a point of order.
I've warned you. What's the point of order?
Chairperson, awukwazi ukuhlala lapho usicindezele ukuthi ngeke usazivumele isikhulume.
What is your point of order?
Chairperson, awukwazi ukwenza lokho. Awunawo amandla ukuthi ungathi ngeke sikwazi ukukhuluma. If ungasungilalele ngikhulume, ngeke uzoyiza i-point of order yami.
Please take your seat.
Chairperson, number 1, fanele kusiprotect. No, Chairperson, awukwazi ukusabisa. Uyasabisa njengamanje. And lokho ngeke sikuvumele. Uyasabisa.
I will now call on the people who are supposed to be assisting us to take out those people who are unwilling to cooperate and who are blocking the...
We are elected to be here. We are elected just like you. We have every right to be here.
Point of order.
We are elected just like you.
I've not allowed you to speak. I've not allowed you to speak. So you won't speak until I say so. Thank you very much. Honorable President. No. No, thank you very much. We'll now proceed. Sawucela umongameli aqhube nenkulumo yakhe. Kuba umongameli, yes.
Honorable Chairperson, ngiyajabula kakhulu ukuba la KwaZulu-Natal. Ngiyajabula kakhulu futhi ukubona abantu bala KwaZulu-Natal beze la ngomningi. Kuyangijabulisa lokho. Ngenyanga edlule bengilapha Ngizokwethula isitifiketi sobukhosi kungangezwe lakhe His Majesty King Misuzulu KwaZulu-Natal. Izolo bekusuku lami lokuzalwa. Ngathola imlayezo eminingi kakhulu. Omunye umlayezo wawuphuma kuSilo wathi ungifisela happy birthday. Ngabonga kakhulu. Savumelana noBayede ukuthi sizosebenzisana ukuletha intuthuko esifundazweni sala KwaZulu-Natal. Okubalulekile ukuthi simamele abantu futhi sibikele abantu ngalokho okwenzwa uhulumeni ukwenzela ukuthi sikwazi ukuthuthukisa impilo zabantu. Ngijabula kakhulu ukuthi iParliamente ize la eUgu ukuthi sizomamela kahle ukuthi abantu baphila njani, bakhala ngani, izidingo zabo yini na. One of the most important ways in which we are doing this is through the program of taking Parliament to the people of our country. This is the key outreach program of the National Council of Provinces. 28 years since the first democratic parliament sat in Cape Town, we continue to have a parliament that is activist, a parliament that is responsive, that is also determined to make a difference in the lives of our people. This week, taking Parliament to the people has come here in this Ugu district for the first time. Siyabonga kakhulu ukuthi sithole ithuba lokuthi nama-minister ethu, nama-deputy minister babe khona la. Ngithe mangifika uminister ubheka icele ungitshela ukuthi yena umuntu wala uvela khona la uthi ngeke ukwazi ukuthi ungenze lutho la ngoba kukithi la. Ngajabula kakhulu ukuzwa lokho. Our ministers, deputy ministers, and indeed our premier and MECs are here to respond to the concerns of our people and also to do everything they can to resolve the concerns of our people. Ngiyazi ukuthi izidingo zabantu bala eUgu district ziningi kakhulu. Ngiyathemba ukuthi niyena thola ithuba lokuthi nizibeke kuma-minister ethu nama-deputy minister. We have heard about your challenges here. Into ezifana nokuthi amanzi iyona inkinga enkulu kule district. And that also there are shortages and interruptions that are making life difficult for the people in this district. We have also heard from our citizens that the poor state of the roads in this district is making it more difficult even for learners to get to schools and for our people to go to clinics. The state of roads is making it difficult for workers also to go to work and for businesses to transport their products to markets. Good roads are not just important to people's everyday lives, they also open up economic opportunities and strengthen local economic development. We have heard during the public hearings that the people of this district need housing, particularly after the floods earlier this year destroyed many homes and businesses. Kubantu abaningi lapha kunzima ukuphila ngaphandle kwe-grant. To support poor and vulnerable people, the government continues to provide social grants to millions of South Africans. Before COVID, we had up to 18 million people who received grants every month. And during COVID, we realized that there were many more millions of our people who are unemployed and who continue to live in poverty. And it is what led us to introduce the COVID-19 Special Relief of Disaster or Distress Grant, which now covers 11 million people. Siyazi ukuthi abanye banezinkinga zokuthola nale mali ye-350. Siyakwazi lo. We have heard this during the public hearings over the past few days. Siyazi futhi ukuthi kwabaningi le mali ayinele futhi. Abantu bafuna ukuthi ikhuphuke le mali, kodwa ke uhulumeni akanayo imali eningi kangako. Sithe sizawuqhubeka nayo le grant na kulonyaka ozayo. Challenges with agricultural production are also having a direct impact on people's lives in this community. Ugu is an agricultural district. Many of people who live here rely on the land to feed themselves and their families, to grow crops for their livelihoods, and grow crops such as bananas, sugarcane, pineapple, mangoes, and many other crops. There are also long-standing issues with land tenure in areas under traditional administration. Honorable members, in many ways, the challenges facing the residents of Ugu District Municipality are similar to those that are facing many of our people in other parts of South Africa. Since democracy in 1994, this government has made significant strides in improving the lives of South Africans, particularly those who were most disadvantaged by apartheid misrule. We have expanded basic services like water, much as the people in this district are experiencing challenges in relation to water. We've also expanded electricity distribution and built homes, much as we are currently going through load shedding. We have provided access to free primary health care, quality basic education, and free tertiary education. Since 1994, the progressive and pro-poor policies of successive democratic administrations have lifted millions of people out of extreme poverty and improved their lives. And yet we know that we can no longer on these past achievements as we witness severe challenges at local government, which is where service delivery happens. This year, I've held 5 presidential imbizos in the Northwest, in the Free State, in Mpumalanga, in Gauteng, and in Northern Cape. At these imbizos, challenges at local government level were articulated by our people in those areas, and they were foremost in the minds of our people. Reports from the Auditor General and the National Treasury and the State of Local Government reports point to inefficiency, maladministration, lack of financial controls, corruption, poor governance in many municipalities. Kwangathi igebengu zonke zihlangane la komasipala ngoba kulapho imali itshontshwa khona. All of these affect local government's ability to provide basic services people need to lead lives of quality and dignity. That is why we should welcome the new laws that we are putting in place, laws that are going to enhance accountability. Amongst others, the laws will disallow municipal officials from also holding political office. It defines competency criteria for appointments of municipal managers and strengthens the performance evaluation process. This should be viewed alongside the process that we are embarking upon of professionalizing the public sector, which was adopted by Cabinet last month. Sifuna ukuthi abantu abazosebenzela umphakathi komasipala babe ngabantu abanolwazi, abantu abaqeqeshwe kahle, hayi nje umuntu nje ongazi lutho, angazi nokuthi izinto zibekwa njani, aze nje azosebenza, angazi nokuthi abantu bafanele ukuthi basetshenzelwe kanjani. Le mthetho esibanayo manje ukwenzela ukuthi omasipala bethu basebenze ngendlela eqonde kahle. This will make specific proposals to ensure merit-based recruitment and promotion and more effective consequence management for public servants. This is going to have a big impact on how government works at all levels. The task of this year's Taking Parliament to the People is to deliberate on what is being done and what must be done to strengthen local government. The interaction with people here in Ugu District has no doubt done much to enrich the NCOP's deliberations. The chairperson, as I arrived, was telling me that the NCOP will compile a report that will properly articulate and put forward the views of our people here. And as part of strengthening local government performance, we are striving to entrench a district development model as an integrated multidisciplinary approach to government planning and implementation. We often spend a great deal of time diagnosing the problem and painting a picture of what a poorly run municipality should look like. We should now move beyond that and focus on what an ideal municipality should look like and how to build such municipalities across the country. We have spoken before about some of the key elements of an ideal municipality, including that an ideal municipality should have a vibrant economy. It should have places where tourists want to visit. It must be interconnected in many, many ways digitally, and it must have people who are well trained, and it must offer the best living conditions for our people. Such municipalities should be municipalities that provide good access to health, education, as well as recreational facilities. In such an ideal municipality, not only are residents able to lead lives of quality and dignity, they become magnets for investments, because investors just pour in as they see a municipality that is well run, that is clean, that has roads without potholes, and many, many other wonderful attributes. In short, an ideal municipality is a place that people want to live in, that people want to work in, and people want to bring their businesses and investment, and people want to visit. To achieve this, we need to capacitate local government to play a far more prominent role in implementing our economic reconstruction and recovery plan. We cannot achieve higher economic growth, we cannot create more jobs, and we cannot grow more businesses if local government does not function well. We have a shared responsibility to promote investment in this district and in this province. Over the last 4 years, we have raised more than 1 trillion rand in new investment commitments, of which 330 billion rand has already flowed into the economy. The factories, data centers, paper mills, and mines that are built through this investment are not located at the Union Buildings or Parliament in Cape Town. They are located where our people live. And that is why we need to make sure that companies should want to invest here in Ugu District and where our people stay. That is why we have put in place several measures to promote growth and job creation throughout the country. We have expanded the tax incentive for employers to take on more young people. We have invested in emerging black industrialists and launched a loan scheme to enable small businesses to also bounce back from COVID pandemic. While we are encouraging companies to invest and to create employment, we are also using public and social employment to create opportunities for a number of our people who are unemployed. The presidential employment stimulus, for example, has benefited more than 1 million people in the last 2 years. Of these opportunities, about 186,000 were here in KwaZulu-Natal. Significant progress has been made in reforming the country's telecommunications, energy, ports, and rail industries. These are industries that make the economy work. It has given me great joy to come here to KwaZulu-Natal, where, for instance, we've opened up in various factories, where a number of factories that are involved in motor vehicle manufacturing, motor vehicle parts, have either invested a great deal of money and so forth, even paper mills. The Port of Durban is critical for the economy of this district, critical also to the province and the country, which is why we are undertaking reforms to improve the efficiency and capacity of our Durban port. Durban used to be amongst the top performing ports in the world. Over time, it has declined, and we are now beginning the process of turning it around, because we want Durban, which is a great hub for trade, for imports and exports in the Southern Hemisphere, to return to its glory days and to have many ships going past Durban Port. This is work that involves all spheres of government, Transnet as well as other stakeholders. It is a great example of cooperative economic development. We are embarking on all these efforts so that we can improve the economy not only of KwaZulu-Natal but also of this district. Since 1994, the democratic government has been hard at work to bring about a better life for all. But we know there is so much further and so much more that we need to do if the promise of our Constitution is to be fulfilled for all. As parliamentarians who are gathered here, yours is a critical role. As parliamentarians, you hold government for the promises that have been made and ensure that those promises are met. In taking Parliament to the people, you are fulfilling this important mission. But what is more important, as we take Parliament to the people like we have done here, is to enable us to listen to our people, to listen to their concerns. I'd like to thank you because you have made your voices heard. Sengitholile report yokuthi kulo lonke leli viki kule lama hearings wayeloku eqhubeka la ukuthi abantu bethu lapha bebethini. And what I can say ukuthi our various ministers will be coming back to address the various issues that have been raised. Bazawubuya. The various issues that were raised, from crime, housing, roads, water, and all the other issues that you have put forward, they will come back so that we can address those challenges. As the different arms and spheres of government, we will, as I said, follow up on all those issues, and we will also try to come back and report to you as we resolve them. On my part, I look forward to the debate that is now going to take place and to hearing from political parties and indeed our premiers on the measures that are being taken in their respective provinces to strengthen government. When government is efficient, when it is capable, when it is agile and responsive, there is progress and development. People's quality of life improves, the living standards of our people will go up, and incomes will also rise. As a result, the nation's economy will grow. Better governance is an issue in which each of us has a stake. I'd like to say, let us continue to work together, to strive together, to turn South Africa to be indeed the dream that we have always wanted it to be, to turn that dream into reality so that we can improve our people's lives. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable President. We'll now proceed to Honorable Lucas. Honorable Lucas.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable President, Ministers present, Premiers, Permanent and Special Delegates, House Chairpersons, Chief Whip of the NCOP, traditional leaders, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, Siyabonga, Sanibonani. Chairperson, Antonio Gramsci reminds us, and I quote, that the point of modernity is to live a life without illusions while not becoming delusional. Close quote. The Constitution of the Republic of South Africa asserts that the role of Parliament is underpinned by the imperative to promote values of human dignity, equality, non-racialism, and non-sexism. To this end, our democratic system seeks to uphold our citizens' social, economic, and political rights, promote good governance, while ensuring the implementation imperatives. Therefore, in our resolve to advance the ideals of an equal society, we have collectively committed ourselves to building a democratic, developmental, social order that is able to lead efforts to overcome unemployment, structural poverty, and inequality, and to address the distorted patterns of land ownership and economic exclusion. These efforts must be given expression through the auspices of our developmental state as the enabling nucleus of transformation in South Africa. As we discharge our respective constitutional and democratic duties, we must continue to play a strategic guiding role in political and economic constitution is transformation. This process, they further assert, must be understood as involving the critical process of moving the South African society from inequality to equality. Justice Langa further proceeds to quote Albertine and Goldblatt, where they articulate that achieving this transformation will, and I quote, require a complete reconstruction of the state and society, including redistribution of power and resources along egalitarian lines. The challenge of achieving equality within this transformation project involves the eradication of forms of domination and material disadvantage based on race, gender, class, and other grounds of inequality. It also entails the development of opportunities which allow people to realize their full human potential within positive social relationship, close quote. This is a critical injunction to guide the trajectory of our democratic project, reminding us that one of the priorities of the Constitution of the Republic is to move our society from inequality to equality. Furthermore, the historical impact of oppression, particularly on the lives of the previously marginalized and subjugated communities, particularly women, has left deeply embedded socio-economic disparities, deeply entrenched patriarchal doctrines of oppression, which still, up until today, undermine efforts of realizing gender equality. Honorable members, Chairperson, as we reflect on the concept of transformative constitutionalism, particularly within the ambit of the NCOP's constitutional mandate, we must recognize the important role played by the National Council of Provinces. As the nerve center for overseeing three-sphere cooperation and intergovernmental relations, it is imperative that we locate the transformative character of the NCOP, particularly as expressed in the work that we do as a second chamber of parliament. To this end, every oversight instrument must be effectively utilized to build a society where all South Africans can have access to a decent quality of life. Through its oversight and three-sphere coordination role, the NCOP are advancing improved cooperation, better service delivery, and better responsiveness to community and their needs. It is precisely the NCOP's three-sphere scrutiny, coordination, cooperative governance, and intergovernmental relations mandate which empowers and positions it as this apex chamber within South Africa's legislative sector, bestowing upon it the constitutional mandated authority to effectively oversee the implementation of the country's developmental policies. These characteristics of the NCOP still position it as the chamber with a unique mandate to ensure that local issues are effectively prioritized. To this end, our oversight role over government's planning processes, particularly as preempted and envisaged through the implementation of the district development model, will ensure that the existing distortions in government's planning processes are appropriately attended to, which will inadvertently lead to better oversight outcomes and deliverables. If we speak about the significance of taking Parliament to the people, Mr. President, the Taking Parliament to the People program was initiated in 2002, principally to improve public participation and to provide the public with an opportunity to engage the three spheres of government on matters that affect their quality of life. Through this program, thousands of ordinary South Africans, mostly from marginalized and rural communities, as we have seen in Ugu district this week, have been given the opportunity to interact with members of parliament and also with the executive of issues of service delivery as well as governance-related matters. This initiative forms part of our oversight and public participation role and targets areas where public education about democracy in the country is most needed. This program also prioritizes areas where people feel that governance responses to their social and economic needs have been ineffective and require intervention. Through this program, we have also been thoroughly appraised about the endemic capacity challenges that still exist, which often compound the challenges faced by many people across South Africa. To this end, the issue of state capability must be recognized as a crucial component of South Africa's transformation trajectory. We as the NCOP will continue to improve our oversight and accountability mechanisms to ensure that it gives better expression to its constitutional mandate, particularly within the ambit of transformative constitutionalism, in order to achieve a better life for all. Honorable members, Chairperson, South Africa has been at the crossroads over the last decade as it seeks to edge forward towards achieving a better life for all. Socio-economic progress has been weaker than expected, with the poor bearing the brunt and remaining at the receiving end of our slow transformation. The National Development Plan anchors state capability as a critical enabling mechanism towards the achievement of South Africa's developmental objectives. It is therefore imperative that we reposition the importance of state capability within the broader transformation discourse as we begin to methodically address the developmental challenges before us. in order to achieve effective governance, as well as the necessary capabilities for agility, we must ensure that we strengthen the capacity of the state to implement its development catalyzing priorities. We must ensure that the skills, capabilities, and resources necessary to perform policy functions are effectively improved upon. The characteristics of a developmental state requires us to ensure that we formulate a cohesive and focused set of goals and objectives for national growth and development, and a set of policies to achieve these goals. These goals, objectives, and priorities for national growth must be effectively operationalized through a functional and medium-term strategic framework which takes into consideration the developmental needs and the landscape across provinces, districts. A developmental state must be able to coordinate the mobilization and allocation of financial and human resources in line with the policies identified and agreed to by the vast majority of our people when they endorse the leadership of their choice. This must be done by ensuring the alignment of the budget to development catalyzing priorities in order to ensure that the critical mass of our resources, expertise, and skills are committed to policies that have the potential to change the material conditions of the poor people. A developmental state must be able to monitor and evaluate progress towards the objectives as guided by the policies articulated in the electoral mandate. This monitoring and evaluation must be carried out by an active People's Parliament and a robust National Council of Provinces, which must effectively track the implementation pace of each key policy, legislation, and program across the three spheres of government. The developmental state that we envisage must strategically adjust the mobilization and allocation of resources in response to progress made towards existing objectives while implementing course correction measures where necessary. The capable state we are calling for requires effectively coordinated state institutions with skilled public servants who are committed to the public good. It is therefore absolutely critical that we undertake an in-depth skills and capacity audit the machinery, particularly across the implementing spheres that are tasked with the responsibility of implementing our policy mandates. Parliament must be regularly appraised on the capacity levels of each sphere, as well as the systemic and institutional design challenges that exist. It is imperative that we define the nature of capacity challenges across the various levels and strata of our state machinery and develop targeted response plans that will ensure that we direct a critical mass of energy to the areas that require urgent prioritization. Honorable Chairperson, we have been requested to speak a little bit about climate change and its impacts. It has been the subject of decades of global scientific study. It was set up in 1988, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. Its 2007 report reflected firm consensus that human-induced climate change is now unequivocal, is already well underway, and is occurring faster than expected. An estimate by the World Bank of the possible impact of climate change state that floods will destroy 10% of the world population homes, inundating major cities and prompting massive refugee crises. The report further states that within this century, hundreds of millions of people are likely to be displaced by sea level rise. Accompanying economic and ecological damage will be severe for many. In seeking to deal with this challenge, we will need community-based approaches backed by committed government policies. We will need to build human security through a combination of active, capable citizens and an effective and accountable state. We will need to develop shared purpose to make things work through systems that are structured to tackle problems. The damage of the floods in KwaZulu-Natal serve to remind us all to prioritize the disaster risk management. South Africa's Disaster Management Act and the National Disaster Management Framework, which guides the implementation of this act. These legislative instruments emphasize the importance of the integration and coordination of risk reduction across all spheres of government.
As you conclude, Honorable Lucas.
Chairperson, There is just one issue that I must speak about. Let me just run there. Let me just, in terms of disaster and risk management, impoverished people are more likely to live in hazard-exposed areas and are more less able to invest in risk-reducing measures. The lack of access to insurance and social protection means that people in poverty are often forced to use their already limited assets to buffer disaster losses, which drive their poverty. So poverty is therefore both a cause and a consequence of disaster risk. Mr. President, that we employ every effort to ensure that we address the underlying conditions that determine women's structural location in society. Historically, black women in South Africa were deprived of resources required to develop and maintain human capabilities. The distribution of wealth, assets and incomes was based on race, geographical location, language, gender and access to healthcare, education, social protection and productive employment. Let us celebrate gender transformation in South Africa to make sure that women take their rightful place within our community. Ngiyabonga, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Chairperson.
Yes,
Chairperson, I'm rising on a point of order. There's live ammunition in this house. There's a person sitting with a gun inside the sitting.
Yes, okay.
I'm rising on a point of order, Chair. And you know very well it's not allowed.
No, the point is noted.
There's a gentleman here sitting with a live ammunition. Why?
Okay, now the point is noted. We'll look at it.
No! A gun is in the house.
Thank you very much.
A gun is in the house, Chair. You need to rule on that.
Yes. No, we'll look at it.
No, I'm looking at the gun now. I'm looking at the gun now. It's here.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We'll proceed to the next speaker.
I'm looking at the gun.
Honorable
You
Malu
can look at
Sittng.
it at some point, but now I'm looking. This guy is holding a gun here.
We'll proceed to Honorable Malu Sittng.
He's holding a gun.
From the Eastern Cape.
Yeah. Right behind you. No, there's a gun here.
Please proceed, ma'am.
Chairperson, you can't proceed with a gun.
No, Chairperson, you can't proceed with someone sitting with a gun inside.
Chairperson is not like this, Chair.
To the chairperson of the NCOP.
No, we are not safe here.
A gun.
His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa.
It's in the house.
Inside the house, we are
not allowing the house. This is a house meeting.
Order. Please proceed.
Honorable Premiers and MECs.
On a point of order, Chair.
Honorable Mayors with us today.
Chairperson, on a point of order.
Good morning. As the Eastern Cape, we must say we are humbled.
Chairperson, we feel unsafe because of the gun in the house. Can we please fix that matter before we proceed? Thank you, Chair.
I've made a ruling on the matter, and the ruling is that the table will look at the situation and see how to resolve the matter.
We are unsafe right now, Chair. We can't postpone.
Let's proceed.
As the Eastern Cape, we are humbled to take part in this important debate of the NCOP. The theme of this debate is very important for our country, particularly if we want to achieve the goals we have set ourselves in the National Development Plan Vision 2030. We believe that this is an opportune time to have this debate in the country, as in 2 years we would be celebrating 30 years of our democracy. It is also a necessary debate in the period of renewing our country, as we should be able to respond to a critical question of what becomes the role of a renewed government, its entities.
Lucas, please take your seat. Honorable Lucas, please take your seat. The matter is being looked at. Thank you very much. Please proceed.
Oh, we are not safe here, Chairperson. Point of order.
Thank you,
We
Chair.
are not safe here, Chair.
What becomes the role of government and its entities in delivering on the needs and the aspirations of our people? It is important that we remind ourselves that the South African state is divided in 3 parts, and therefore we are mentioning this on purpose because we must avoid a debate that singles out one component of the state to center our debate. We must ask ourselves if all the components of the state are agile enough to deliver services to our people.
Honorable Tebula, please sit down.
It is important to remind the House that our Constitution investigates a state that is founded on values of human dignity, the achievement of equality, and the advancement of human rights and freedom, non-racialism, non-sexism, as espoused in the National Democratic Revolution. As we start this debate, honorable members, to us in the Eastern Cape, an agile state means a state that can make commitments and adequately deliver on those commitments timelessly. We also view an agile state as a vehicle to serve the needs of our people. A lot has been done since the advent of democracy in relation to transforming a state that was meant to serve the tiny minority to building a state that serves all its people. Even though the ANC-led government has been able to deliver on so many fronts, there is still more that needs to be done in building a capable, ethical, and agile developmental state. What should be critical for this debate is for us to identify what should constitute the key tenets of an agile state. As highlighted, an agile state should be positioned to effectively find a healthy balance between economic growth and social upliftment. For the state to be able to fashion that out, it must have functional government and its entities. One of the key tenets of an agile state should be the well-run, efficient, and agile state-owned enterprises. Gradually, over time, the capabilities of our state entities was overhauled when the management started outsourcing work to private companies. We even went to a deeper into dungeons of tendering system, which is really not delivering the results we desire in terms of developing our country. Our problems are not only in procurement, but they are also in planning. Our state has good plans, but the execution of the plan is a challenge. Think of projects that are not delivered on time, within the budget, or projects that do not get off the ground, leading to the return of monies to the National Treasury. The ANC-led government has delivered in the delivery of electricity to our people. In 1990, access to electricity in South Africa was a privilege of few races, while the African majority was languishing in darkness. But today, access to electricity is at 84.7% in the country, and that outstanding work was led by Eskom as the SOE. The provisioning of energy is also one of the critical enablers of economic growth. It is in this context that the functionality of Eskom should be prioritized as part of solidifying an agile state. The state will not be able to save lives of the people in the public healthcare system without electricity. Now, our proposal as the Eastern Cape is that we must review how our state functions so that we can achieve an agile state. The 2010 Soccer World Cup tested the agility of our state to deliver on time. And to the surprise of many, South Africa came on top in preparing for the Soccer World Cup. Honorable members would remember that we even set up specialized courts during the 2010 Soccer World Cup that opened even on weekends. We are of the firm view that we should reactivate the specialized courts as part of our comprehensive response to the crisis of gender-based violence and femicide. We need to effect swift justice, particularly to perpetrators of GBVF. We must proactively build capabilities in the state and not wait for disasters such as floods and the COVID-19 pandemic. However, when such unfortunate disasters occur, we should respond with agility as the state to cushion our people against those. Talking about disasters, the slow response to provide aid to victims of the recent disasters that hit KZN, Eastern Cape and other provinces is another prime example of a state that is not agile. The recent disasters have misplaced many people of our province with homes destroyed, lives lost, our public properties severely damaged, our road infrastructure left dilapidated, and many other things. This led to the Eastern Cape provincial government declaring disaster. It was then our expectation that when the national government and the Joint Ad Hoc Committee visited both provinces, the visit would inform the allocation of funds for the disaster relief. We are particularly concerned as a province when the Minister of Finance announced the allocation of disaster relief fund, there was no allocation to our province. Building an agile and capable developmental state will not happen on its own. It will require bold and strategic efforts. To build an agile, ethical, capable developmental state, we need innovative people. We need people who can think beyond the normal. To build state capabilities also means we must develop scarce skills. We must support the deliberate and the bold action by the Department of Higher Education and Training to strategically rebrand, destigmatize the TVET colleges and focus them on producing artisan skills. Part of what should be one of the key tenets of an agile state should be the state capacity to make use of state resources and state influence to attack poverty and expand economic opportunities. In many countries, the state plays a key, clearly defined role in shaping the structure and output of the economy for the benefit of its people. To us, the state must be adequately capacitated with resources to play this role effectively. It is in this context that we believe that the austerity measures, which leads to, amongst others, the shrinking fiscal allocation, lessens the state capacity to deliver to its people. There is no country that can recover from the crisis of COVID-19 magnitude with austerity. The response to the crisis and being deliberate in using state resources towards poverty alleviation needs a bold state-led intervention. We must harness partnerships with the private sector because most of the skills that left the state are in the private sector. Partnerships with the private sector are what made our country to manage COVID-19. The private sector responded positively to the clarion calls by the president to save lives and livelihoods during the pandemic. We must use the same partnerships to improve everyday service delivery challenges and accelerate the socio-economic development in our country. This is the approach we have adopted as the province, and it is working wonders. We just came out of a very successful provincial investment conference where our private sector partners pledged 46.5 billion for our economy. In that conference, the private sector partners were unanimous in urging government to cut the red tape on issuing of licenses, land, and making approvals for development. We have also tied ourselves with too much bureaucratic red tape, which hampers our progress to develop our communities faster. We form too many structures and policies that prolong decision-making. Lastly, Honorable Chair, mayors must be champions of economic development. They must have a customer relations-oriented approach because service delivery, development, and investments are implemented in their space. This is our input as the Eastern Cape, and we hope this debate is a step towards a national effort to creating an agile, capable, and developmental state. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Tim Rogerset is our next speaker. Honorable Tim. Please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. I was just setting my timer. Honourable Chairperson, Honourable President, Honourable Ministers, Honourable Members. But most important, I greet the residents of Ogwini, Sanibonani, Ninjan, Ingingu Tim Brautiset, Ingiyalunga iParlamente. Ngiyakhuluma isiZulu kancane. So if you don't mind, I'm going to speak English. In Parliament, I'm known for one word. Siyabangena. Residents of Ogwini, today I'm confused. I'm confused. Ingu Kulambele. I'm confused because this debate is about building an agile government to improve service delivery. But I'm confused because this government is slow. It is not agile. It is not athletic. This word agile means to move fast. Ukuhamba. Ingokushesha. That's what it means, to move fast. But this government, it moves like a chameleon. Ukuhamba injengon wabu. Even the Honourable President has acknowledged this, that there is much more improvement to be done. The Honourable President said that the ministers are going to come back. But how long will a chameleon take to go and come back? I get worried. Since Tuesday, residents, and I'm speaking to you today, not the honourable members, we have been listening to you. We have heard your complaints about water, roads, safety, houses. We have not heard too many compliments. You have told us the truth. Even Honourable Bishop Dube stood up here and said, you must not speak lies. But I'm telling you, the people of Ogwini, you spoke the truth to us this week, and I thank you for that. This government is slow. Ukuhamba injengonwabu. It is slow because the water problems that started in Ugu in 2015 are still going on. 7 years later, you're struggling with water. 840,000 people are affected by St. Helens Rock. That's 2% about of the population of South Africa affected by one pump station. And it's taken 7 years to fix it. This government is slow because after the floods, 200 families that were displaced in Ugu are still waiting for their houses. Only 111 have been built in the 7 months since the April floods. It is slow because the roads and bridges that you asked for have been promised, but what has been delivered? Dololo. It is slow because officials always complain that they're waiting for money from National Treasury and blame that for service delivery, the failure of service delivery. It is slow because after the floods in April, the N2 at Magabeni and the Manzantoti are still broken, and you still have to sit in traffic there for hours when you go to eThekwini. You all know this. It is slow because after 7 months, Abantu Basetegwini still have sewage flowing in the roads. They still have sewage flowing in the rivers and into the seas. Now you see, my friends, I have a theory. A theory, if you define it, is an idea based on observing patterns, and you use that to predict future behavior. And when you observe the patterns of this government, you have to conclude that the theory is that it will always be slow. Ukuhamba injengongwabu. But I have good news. I have good news today. There is a government in South Africa that moves fast. There is a government that ukuhamba ngokushesha. That government is in Umgeni, led by Umaya Chris Papas, that little white Zulu. He took over there 1 year ago, 1 November. He comes from a small municipality. They only have a 500 million rand budget. But in 1 year, that government has done the following. They have increased indigent support by 5 million rand. They've been from 133 to 3,005 people that are receiving free basic services. And they said, you've got a big flood coming. We will send search and rescue people to you, and they'll be there on the Friday before the flood. This is on paper. eThekwini ignored it. They ignored it. No warnings were sent by eThekwini. No search and rescue teams were ready. And 448 people died. 448 people died, and there were still 72 people missing. Why? Because a fast DA government offered help to a slow ANC government, and that government failed its people. This government says it is responsive, but we are still waiting for the funds, Mr. President, to fix the water and sanitation problem in eThekwini. Mr. President, the problem is not going to go away. There is 5 billion rand in the contingency fund. We need it, Mr. President. Please see what you can do for us. But this government will not change because it is always going to be slow. There is no accountability. Why? Because the ANC is more concerned about its people and its party than you. That is why there will be no accountability. But the good news is you can change. You can change from slow motion to fast. You can change from ungokunensa, slow motion, to shesha. Waza 2024, waza. Siyabangena.
Thank you very much. We will now proceed to Honorable Ntombela. Honorable Premier, please proceed.
Your Excellency, President Cyril Ramaphosa, Your Excellency, Deputy President, the Honorable Chairperson of NCOP, Honorable Amos Masondo, Honorable Ministers that are here, Deputy Ministers that are here, Your Honorable Deputy NCOP Chairperson, Premiers that are here, ladies and gentlemen, sanibonani, abantu base KZN. Chairperson, before ngikhuluma, ngifuna nje ukubonga uPresident wethu ngesizathu esikhulu asiyenzile isidima asiyenzile ngokubeka inkosi yethu ayipha icertificate umhlaba wonke wematsi abantu babheka i-television zabo ngisho nenkosi yethu ehambile no princess lapha balele khona ngize ngaba picture ukuthi bayahleka bayabonga balele ngeqolo siyabulela president. For that I want to salute you. Masingena nje masingena KZN, you can feel Guti, the peace is coming back in KZN. The king is here and we are happy. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. This House will agree with me that the ultimate success of our growth and development objectives depend on building agile state capability to improve service delivery outcomes. This aspiration is about building an effective government just as much as it is about building a social contract with the people. And indeed, that's what we are trying to do. Beyond the ability to challenges, agile state capabilities are equally about connecting various efforts to respond to the people's dreams of a better life. Yes, Our responsibility is to make things happen. This is the promise we have made to millions of our people, and the promise we must. And abantu basekhaya, yes, we are not angeke sipretende ukuthi noma siqambe amanga lapha singafikelanga khona. Yes, niyavuma nathi siyavuma ukuthi siya leader, but kunzima because when we start leading siyesangenelwa yinto lapha esingayazi, but it's COVID-19. Kunzima because mastata ku-leader niyazibonela kuye kwangena into eziningi kwavela izikhukhula. Yes, siyalida mara nibonile ukuthi masingena siqala ku-leader kungena into eziningi ngisho namadamu wamamayini kwangena awa lapha ngiqhamuka khona eJakhasfontein. Yes, kunzima because most of our people are still unemployed. That's why the government is trying to come ngabo 315. Yes, kunzima because sihlaselwe nangabo GBV, where even our own children are raping us. Yes, kunzima because nathi isizwe esimnyama siyahlaselana, siyakritisizana, while our people are still in the dark, when we are supposed to support each other and to build each other. We are busy destroying each other. But even if kunzima kanjalo, we are not going to quit. We are not going to run away. We are going to support you. Noma kunzima angeke size siniyekele. But in order ukuthi siyenze izinto ezinjalo, sifuna abasebenzi abanolwazi, sifuna abasebenzi abazimisele ukufunda, sifuna abasebenzi abaziyo ukuthi bavelaphi, sifuna abasebenzi aba-committed in what they are doing, sifuna abasebenzi abangeke ukuthi izinto masifika, imali mazifika baqabange bona uqala, bakhohlwe abantu. Sifuna abasebenzi bazaqabanga abantu, bangaqabange ngemkhwama yabo kuqala. Yes, we are not going to quit. We are going to make sure ukuthi siyanisiza. Never ningakhohlwi ukuthi kunzima. Honorable Chairman, for years now, the Free State has been in a path of building agile state capabilities to improve service delivery. Nginitshelile ngithi kunzima, but we are planning. There is no doubt that a skilled and capable workforce is necessary for building agile state capabilities. Knowing this, we continue to provide training and development to improve performance. Working in partnership with the National School of Government, the Free State Training and Development Institute presented some of the following training courses to the senior managers: citizen-centered service delivered, supply chain management, program and project management. Yes, because we don't have workers that are committed. Sometimes our people are suffering to get water because we have people that are not prepared to work for our people. That's why this program, investment in training and skills development, is also in our bursary program, meant to help the youth to reach their dreams and contribute to the growth and development of the Free State. So important is this program that from 2029 to 2022, 10,988 internet.
What's the point of order?
No.
Just a minute, Honorable.
Okay.
Yes.
It's a point
What's the point of order?
I just want to ask.
What is the point of order?
Chair, I just want to know that if she can take a question.
Nah, that's not the point of order. Please sit. Please proceed. Please proceed.
Okay, can I continue, sir?
Yeah, please proceed.
Okay, thank you. So important is this program that from 2009 to 2022, 10,988 international and 1,225 local bursaries were awarded to young people by the provincial government. Chairperson, President, education in the Free State is stable. They can say whatever they want to say. There is stability in the Free State education. Just check grade 12. 2019, Free State number 1. 2020, Free State number 1. 2021, Free State number 1. And believe me, 2021, wait and see. We are getting there, no matter how difficult it is. Education is stable in the Free State because we are also sponsoring Ngama Bazari except NSFAS. NSFAS is doing a lot for us, but we are also assisting. We have partnered with Sittng to provide various programs such as internships, learnerships, work integrated learning, and autism development. So far, over 30,000 young people have benefited out of these programs. We are working with our TVET colleges. You were there, deputy ministers were there. You have seen for yourselves. Bagabua Baring, they can just go there. We have also entered into partnerships with institutions of higher learning to help us in building agile state capabilities. We continue to work with the Central University of Technology. We are amongst universities and we are working with those universities. One of them, it is the Central University of Technology, and they really support us. And now they have also promoted innovation through the Innovation Hub. It is there assisting us with agriculture, making sure that agriculture is becoming fashionable in the Free State. Watch the space. In this age of the Internet of Things, we successfully hosted the 4th Industrial Revolutions Summit together with the industry and institution of higher education. Ask the minister, don't ask me. She will give you the report or what was happening there. Hassan, it's not me. Ask her, she will report to you. Without integrated planning, implementation,
and your time
and
is up,
monitoring.
Premier. Your time is up.
It's a pity, but thank you very much. And everybody is prepared to come and support EFF, DA, everybody. As long
We don't need you to tell us. We don't need you to tell us that.
Amanda.
Chairperson.
Thank you very much.
Chairperson.
Who's speaking? Yes.
Yes, Chairperson.
What? On what point are you rising, member?
I'm just appealing to you, Chairperson, that the podium must not be used for job interviews. The member was even running out of breath.
Don't do that. Let's proceed to the next speaker, Honorable BB. Honorable BB will speak from a seat. Please proceed, Honorable BB.
Ngiyabonga sihlalo wendlu.
Yeah, she debate very nicely, ma'am.
Ngiyabonga ungiyeza leli thuba lokuba yingxenye yale nkulumo mpikiswano namhlanje. Ngibingelela umongameli wezwe Mhlonishwa Ramaphosa ubaba. Ngiphinde futhi nongqongqoshe bonke nawu deputy babo. Ngiphinde ngibingelela undunankulu waKwaZulu-Natal. Unomsedube Ncube umama. No-MEC bakhe. Ngiphinde futhi ngibingelele leader of government business. Umhlonishwe uSiboniso Duma ubaba. nosomlomo mama uNotembeko boys kwaZulu-Natal nosonswego shamthetho sakwaZulu-Natal umhlonishwa uSupha Zulu baba. Ngibingelela bonke uNtunankulu abaphuma kwisifundazwe ezihlukene abakhona phakathi kwethu nondaba ezitha abakhona phakathi kwethu nabefundisi kanye nezimeya zonke ezikhona phakathi kwethu namakhansela noza kwethu we-NCOP ngokukhethekile umphakathi wonke okhona namaholi bonke bezindawo ezihlukene ngiyanibingelela nonke. Ngizosika ejikayo sihlalo wami la engizothi qaphu kancane nje ngokuphendula umhlonishwa uteam we-DA ethi sihamba ngolonwabo. Kuyangixaka lokho ngoba namhlanje sikulezi inkinga ungenxa yombuso wabo esikhathi bephethe bengazi ukuthi namhlanje bazophathwa umuntu omnyama owenza zonke lezi zinto zabo ababeyitshela ukuthi ngeke senzeke. Ngakho-ke isiqubulo sakho-ke mhlonishwa uteam esithi siyobangena hayibo in your dreams hayi la Mongameli wethu angisho ukuthi kube intokozo enkulu uba khona la ku district ngokuthi silalele abantu bakithi ukuthi besho izimfuno abazifunayo besebenza namakhosi ngokunjalo. Engikujabulele kakhulu mongameli baba ukuthi abaholi bale district uqala kuyimeya ephethe le district ukuya kwizimeya zalomkhandlo ophansi kole district hayi they are not shaken bayasazi story sabo ngoba bekuthi uma ngabe sifika kwezinye indawo kodwa sithe masifika la kuku bayabazanga batatazele mongameli bavele nje bafika benza show ukuthi abantu abakushoyo nabafuna kwenzeke nezinqoma abazenzile ukuthi kwenzeke bebethi mabesukuma mongameli baba kusho ihlombe usukuma umeya kwenye indawo kusho ihlombe okubonisa ukuthi ngempela basebantwini. Okunye esikujabulele ukuthi bahlangene bayimbumba labo meya benza yonke into ibe uniform bahamba ngolayini benza show ukuthi zonke izinto ziququnjelwa zonke imbizo lezi ezikwazi ukuthi abantu bakithi basho izikhalo zabo bakwazi ukuthi basenze. Ngapha ke sihlalo wami ohloniphekile baba engakusho nje kuphela la KwaZulu-Natal inhlaka ziningi ezikhona unosukuma sakhe wasemawadini una yonke into izwe belibhekene nengwadla yokuthi yokuza kancane okwaphazanyiswa ukudlanga kweCovid. Ukubhetheke lolo. Nokwabangela futhi umnotho wehle, nokwabangela futhi ukuthi izinga lokuqasha kwabantu kwehle, nobubha bube ngaphezulu. Lokhu futhi kwaphinda kwabhebhethekiswa izikhukhula ezahlasela KwaZulu-Natal, Eastern Cape nengxenye yasemntla-ntshona. Uhulumeni wethu kakhongolose ubeke eqaleni isamba semali esizosiza kulabo abakhahlanyezwe izikhukhula. Kananjalo uyanakekela ekwenzeni ngcono izimpilo zalabo abahlukumezekile. Hayi ukuthi sihamba ngonyawo lonwabo njalo. Silungisa ingqilazizinda enasishiya nazo honorable team we-DA ngalo minyaka. Ngakho-ke uhulumeni kakhongolose ukwazile ukubhekana ngqo nezinselelo ezibhekene nezingqalasizinda zomnotho. Hlalo wendlu ingxenye enkulu ebucayi ukuthi ezomnotho vuselelwa kabusha izingqalasizinda nokuthutha izimboni nokuthutha kwaloliwe umgwaqo kanye namachweba phecelezi ports. Seqalile uhulumeni wethu kwenza izinzame zokuthola lezo ndawo ezakhahlanyezwa uzikhukhula. Ingxenye zokuthuthukisa umnotho KwaZulu-Natal, imgogodlo womnotho njengechweba laseThekwini, njengezibaseli phecelezi fuel. Lokho kukhombisa ukusobala ukuthi iKwaZulu-Natal ibaluleke kangakanani ekuzithuthukiseni komnotho nezingqalasizinda. Uhulumeni kakhongolose usuqhibele umthetho sivivinyo wokwakhiwa izingqalasizinda ekufaka phakathi ukubeka bucala indawo yokwakhela abantu abahlukunyezwe izikhukhula. Njengoba nazi ukuthi esikhathini esiningi hayi ukuthi imali asinayo cha, ukuthi nje siyayifuna ngempela imhlaba ize ebantwini. Ikhona imali esibekwe ecaleni sihlalo omkhulu ukubhekana nezindleko zokwakhiwa zale gwaqo owalemalayo KwaZulu-Natal nase-Eastern Cape. Ikhona futhi imali ebekwe eceleni yokulungisa izikole ezadilikayo nezindlu. Lokho kukhombisa ngokusobala ukuthi uhulumeni kakhongolose uyanakekela futhi unakekela njalo akasoze ayeka. Kananjalo kukhona uhlelo kuzo zonke izifundazwe elwenzekayo oluthiwa welisizwe ekwakheni amabhuloho Eastern Cape seqaliwe naseLimpopo futhi uzodlulisela kuwa wonke izifundazwe esinazo. Lokhu kwenzeka ukuthi izifundazwe zikwazi ukuxhumana nokuthi zikwazi ukwenza amathuba emisebenzi. Lokhu kuzokwenza uhulumeni basekhaya bathuthuke bavule namathuba emisebenzi kuyo wonke leyo ndawo. Sihlalo wami baba, lawa mongaweli wami baba, ngijabulile uma uthinta uhlelo lwe-DDM okusho ukuthi i-District Development Model. Yinto loyo honorable team be-DA abangakaze bayicabange ukuthi uhulumeni wompisholo akalwenza lolu hlelo ngoba babehleli emahhovisi bekhomba besitshela ukuthi senzeni bengathintani nathi kodwa lolu hlelo oluze nalo uhulumeni kaKhongolose ubona kudili kumongameli eze necabinet yakhe ese kwiprovince agijime upremier weprovince necabinet yakhe ehle uzeyimeyeni zigijima imeya namakhanselazo awubethe nabomdabu kuhlangana kube imbokodo kube into eyodwa yokuthi senze abantu bala eNingizimu Afrika bakhululeke njengoba ngisho nje ngizokunenzela umzekelo ngoba ngiyazi ukuthi honorable Slake we-DA akazukwazi ukuthi yini DDM i-DDM
on a point of order, Chair. On a point of order, Chair. Can the Speaker take a question? Can the Speaker take a question?
Sicalo wami baba ngokuthola ukuyithoba akukho question engizoyithatha la zothola nemnyango manje yakho sicalo wami baba bengisamenzela umzekeliso wale district development plan ukuthi isebenza kanjani ngikwenzele nje umzekeliso wodwa kwezomnotho kudilike umongameli ubaba uRamaphosa phezulu wehla nethimba lakhe elidila ngosomnotho weza kwisifundazwe esiphethwe upremier wethu umama uNomsaduma wafika upremier wethu uNomsadube wasethatha ubaba usiboniso Duma odila ngezomnotho uthi amayiqeda lapho wathatha umeya uba uqawunde wetheku naye weza nabakhansela akhe adila nje nomnotho okubonisa ukuthi ke uyalibona uholoko uline lo uhamba ngakhona ukusuka phezulu ukuze ezantsi okubonisa ukuthi okwangempela silo uhulumeni bakwethu sibhizi siyanamathela kuzo zonke izinto ezayibhidliziwe singasolwa ukuthi sihamba ngonyolo lwabo awukodwa siqhake iphapha logwalagwala mongameli baba hayi usiphethe uyasilida nabo bonke lama leaders ethu sinawo sithi siyabonga kakhulu ngalolu hlelo ngakho imisebenzi iyabonakala usilethele iSuzu Corporate wasilethela uToyota into abengeke baze bayenze honorable team leyo ukuthi sikwazi ukuthi sibe namakhono okwakha imoto sikwazi ukujive amabhanoni into esingayazi ngoba sesijwayele ukuthi amabhulu kuphela kodwa ukwazile lo hulumeni wethu athi nje siyaqhubha intsha yethu namhlanje kuhle kudelile siyatanasa qhuba Khongolose qhuba ngiyabonga sibaba.
Thank you very much. Siyabonga. The next speaker is going to be Premier waseGauteng, Honorable Panyaza de Sufi.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mongameli NCOP Ubabu Amos Masondo, the Deputy Chairperson Ms. Sylvia Lucas, our President Ntate Cyril Ramaphosa, Honorable Ministers and Premiers, Deputy Ministers and MECs, Executive Mayors present, Honorable Members of the NCOP, Members of Parliament and Members of the Legislature, special guests, constituencies and members of communities. It is absolute an honor for me to address the NCOP in our sister province of KwaZulu-Natal, the province of Herikwala. The theme of this annual address is building an agile state capabilities to improve service delivery outcome. This is a very important theme that echoes the imperative to build a capable, ethical, and developmental state as a prerequisite for bringing about the meaningful change which was fought for by many people in this province. In line with its constitutional mandate, the Gauteng provincial government 6th administration embarked on a developmental vision called Growing Gauteng Together 2030. This vision is a collective vision to ensure that all our municipalities are aligned to the National Development Plan and that the government responds to the aspirations and needs of our people. This is a transformation agenda intended to accelerate the fight against poverty, inequality, and unemployment. It's an agenda that is both guided and shaped by the prescripts of a developmental state. One of the key focus areas of our vision relates to charting a pathway in our province for a shared prosperity and wealth for all. In Gauteng, our legislature unanimously adopted and passed a bill called Gauteng Township Economic Development Act (TEDA) in May this year. Honorable Chair and President, we are proud that this bill was unanimously adopted by all political parties in our legislature, and this bill directs government and its agencies that from now on we are only buying major goods and services in our townships, informal settlement, and hostels, so that we can empower our people to buy goods. We are putting aside an amount of 650 million rands to reclaim all our sponsor shops in the township from foreigners, so that all these sponsor shops can be owned by South Africans. We are further allocating almost 150 million to train young business people in the creative world so that they can develop softwares and they can also start to work with motor vehicles or scooters and deliver services and deliver goods in our houses without depending on foreign citizens only. We are further allocating an amount of 50 million to renew all the stalls in all our townships, informal settlement and hostels, so that ordinary abogogo nabomkhulu bathengisa ukudla emgwaqweni, they must sell their food whether it's raining or cold, and they can have lighting in all the properties that they are selling. This is a firm belief that the economy rejuvenation that our president has explained can start in our townships, informal settlement and hostels, so that our people can benefit in the economy of our country. We've just concluded, Honorable President, a major agreement with Ford SA. We are proud that we are part of that investment, President, where Ford SA committed to invest 15.8 billion. 2 days ago, the first Ford that is going to be distributed across the globe came out of the belt, made in Gauteng, going throughout the world with an investment opportunity of 3.7 and almost 250 jobs that were created in that particular belt. We want to thank you, President, for this investment. It's a massive investment, President. This plant will produce 750 new Ford every day, and 500 of those particular cars will be distributed across the globe. Mr. President, we can come to you now proud that the new smart city that you dreamt about in Lanseria is shaping up. 3.5 million people will come to that area, and the Lanseria city will be a home of all South Africans and will make job opportunities available to people of Mutlakeng, Kagiso, and all other surrounding areas. We've concluded the investment and the plan. We've put all the necessary resources that are needed to make Lanseria City a reality. And we want to thank you, President, for that arrangement. But President, I want to quote our former President Oliver Reginald Tambo when he said, "The children of any nation are its future. A country, a movement, a person that does not value its youth and children does not deserve its future." End quote. President, our young people are ravaged by drugs. A new generation is about to be lost in our country because of nyaupe and many other drugs that are ravaging our young people. We can't be proud citizens if our children are expected to go through these particular drugs. We are proud, President, as the Gauteng provincial government, that we have taken 6,700 young people that were hooked to drugs. We have placed them in various centers across our province. They are going through medical, mental, and psychosocial rehabilitation. And those that will go through this rehabilitation and succeed, we are prepared to take them back to school and universities free of charge from the government of Gauteng, so that we can release our children from the scourge of drugs. We are also proud, President, that we've introduced what we call schools of specialization in Gauteng. These particular schools are linking our children to the sectors that need jobs and that need expectations. We've signed an agreement with various international organizations, and we are ready now to release our children to have skills that will be relevant to the economy. We've just concluded agreement with various automobile industries. There is a school of BMW, President, in Shoshanguve, where our children are taught how to build the engine of a BMW, how to fix it, and how to ensure that that BMW moves while they're still within the classroom. We have already taught them how to build a solar train, and these particular children have won an international award for building a solar train so that they can have those necessary skills in our schools. So we are proud of these particular schools, Mentombela. Ukaba number 1, marabari direto editswa mukatong for 2022. As we conclude, President, as Gauteng, we are proud to position ourselves to ensure that our people can get jobs. We are proud to position ourselves that young people must survive in the economy of their own. We are also proud that the elderly, the weak, and the vulnerable will continue to get support and guidance from this government, because in the absence of support from government, the people will suffer. We want to thank your leadership through COVID, thank your leadership through all the economic challenges that we have gone through that need our immediate attention. But there is one thing and one thing only, President, that we are asking you, begging you, as the citizens of Gauteng, let load shedding fall and let ESCOM fix its all problems. Thank you so much, President.
Thank you very much. As we call on Honorable Mgausa to come forward, Honorable Uningwenya will take over the chairing.
Yeah, you must go and rest. Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, I just want to put it on record that we are not a generation that backs down. And we are not a generation that gets intimidated easily. Even if in the sitting of a special council here in KwaZulu-Natal, you allowed gunmen to be here with us. Even when we rose and showed the signs of concern, you showed us when your house indeed allows gunmen to be a part of it. Chair, as we come to a conclusion of taking Parliament to the people of KZN, we come to realization that we visited an extremely neglected part of South Africa where locals still are without water, sanitation, and proper infrastructure.
proper roads, a collapsed justice system, Chair, where our women are still raped here in KZN endlessly. Even when we called upon the Minister of Justice and police to be a part of our sitting, he simply ignored us because the people of KZN do not matter to him. What matters to him is the upcoming conference of the ANC in December. Chairperson, what we have visited is a collapsed projects funded by the both provincial and national government. A perfect example of the poultry site we visited, where we were told that a 1.7 million rand was spent in this project, but when you enter, Chair, you can't even see a 20,000 rand. That is a disgrace, and we're not going to fold our arms and let that continue happening in this province, because these people of this province needs basic services. Chair, the arrogance of government in KwaZulu-Natal, the arrogance of local government is very much disheartening. The government here, even when they responded to our people during the process of taking parliament to the people, it is not that of a committed government, but they displayed pure arrogance and self-serving. Chairperson, the provision of services such as water, sanitation, electricity, road, stormwater drainage, and solid waste removal is necessary requirement of economic growth and improved quality of life for our people. Yet delivery remains a big challenge in this province and in this district, as the ruling party has created a service backlog in this province of KwaZulu-Natal. As early as the year of 1998, the white paper on local government detailed how provincial and local government can meet its constitutional obligations so that it be developmental in nature. The white paper also maintains that the central contribution of local government to social and economic development is the provision of basic household infrastructure, and that is not what we are seeing currently in this province and in South Africa. Yet today we are struck in a capability trap where the ANC government cannot perform basic tasks which are before them, which is provision of basic services. Year in and year out, Chair, the ruling party keeps doing the same thing without improving the critical state of service delivery. For there exists within their ranks an inability to actually implement strategies. So despite all the time, funding and efforts put into improving service delivery, it never arrives. For there exists low capability within their ranks, which persists throughout these decades. And so, Chairperson, we are here today to forward the struggle for development and building state capacity as enshrined in the 7 non-negotiable pillars of the mighty economic freedom fighters. So we have witnessed a lack of direction in how the ruling party has gone about in driving developmental agenda in South Africa as a whole. The starting point, Chair, therefore must be to prioritize the delivery of at least a basic level of service to those sections of the population who have currently little or no access to them. The ANC councillors continues, Chairperson, to interfere with administration. They display inadequate public participation, inadequate alignment of budget with the requirement of the central government, and lack political and administrative leadership. Corruption has deprived residents of basic services with rural areas of the Eastern Cape. We've heard the MEC here praising the government, but we know that still there's lack of water infrastructure in the Eastern Cape. Their kids are still schooling under the trees. There's still pit toilets in the Eastern Cape. Limpopo, Mpumalanga, Northwest, and here in the KwaZulu-Natal. Free State being the worst, where you walk in the city that used to be the city of roses, Mangaung. Today it's called a sewage city. That is a disgrace. With more than 25 years into democracy, that cannot be allowed. And the only way to do it is to unseat the sitting government. There also exists amongst their ranks, chairperson, lack of accountability and arrogance, lack of consequence management, which is why poor performance has been allowed to continue. So much so that local municipalities cannot raise a simple task such as raising taxes so that the finance, public services, enforcing contracts, and administering policy. Cadre deployment in the key post has led to turbulence that has led to a lack of confidence in the state amongst our people, as it demonstrated by the vast number of service delivery protests across provinces. This too, Chairperson, is propelled by the high unemployment rate, lack of housing, lack of land, and vast inequalities which are still apparent amongst our South African society. Service delivery protests in Gauteng, the Northwest and the Northern Cape are currently ongoing, affecting more than 400 matriculants during this exam period, Chairperson. And the Chairperson of Gauteng is silent about that. Chairperson, throughout all 9 provinces, our cities face most challenging aspect of service delivery. Challenges which needs to be addressed here today, given the low quality of service provision and pressing needs of our people. Chair, it is criminal on how so many of our people still have to jump through hoops and hurdles when they have to get government services. It is criminal. And all these criminals sitting under this roof, including their president, must be jailed.
Point of order.
Exists a need to
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order.
What a point of order.
Point of order.
Member, can you please?
Order, Chair. I'll do it.
Yes, Babu Hai.
Honorable Chair, I'm rising in terms of Rule 6.1 of the NCOP rules. Offensive and unbecoming language. No delegate may use offensive or unbecoming language in the council. No delegate may deliberately make a statement which the delegate knows to be false. So I would like Honorable House Chairperson to rule that the Honorable Member retract the statement. I thank you.
What must I retract?
Honorable Makause.
What must I retract?
Withdraw.
Honorable Makause.
I did not mention any name here. Read that paragraph again. I did not mention any names here. There are lots of people here who are presidents of other political parties. What did I say? Read.
Honorable Chair. Order, Chair. Yes. Order, Chair.
Yes.
The Speaker on the podium has said all criminals in this hall, including their president, are wanted to withdraw without any reservation. There is only one president in this. Please, I'm on the platform. I'm speaking. You must keep quiet. I'm saying that there is only one
point of order, Chair.
In this country.
On a point of order, Chair.
Yes, and therefore, this point of order is sustained and she must unreservedly, unapologetically withdraw that wrong insinuation.
On a point of order, Chair.
Wait, you cannot raise a point of order on top of the point of order. I didn't raise that. Honorable House.
He can't address
Point of order.
On top of the point of order.
Point of order.
Point of order, Chair.
On top of the point of order.
I'm not going to open a point of order on top of the point of order. Yes. Honorable Council, there's a point of order that will say something.
Why am I addressing directly?
Chair, we can't hear you, Chair.
Chairperson, I can't hear you.
Speak on the mic.
Can you withdraw?
Mike.
Withdraw what? Point of order.
Talk to the mic.
Honorable Council. Honorable Council. Can you withdraw?
Point of order. Chair.
Chairperson, I can't respond to something that you are not ruling on. You need
Point
to
of
speak to the
order.
mic so that I hear you. I need to hear you.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Speak to the mic, Chair.
Honorable Council, can you please withdraw what you have said?
What is it that I must withdraw?
You said, Honorable Council, lezi zigebengu, including your president. Point of order, Chair. Yes, ma'am. Point of
Did
order,
I say
Chair.
it is giving?
Point of order, Chair. Ugopi. Who's raising a point of order? Point of order, Chair. Thank you, Chairperson. Okokuqala, Chairperson, njengo-Chairperson ohlezi lapho, fanele kubuze honorable member ukuthi ukushilo yini lokho oqala ngaphambi kokuthi uthi aka-withdraw. Number two, Chairperson, Honorable Dodovuye. Order! She said she must shut up. He said she must shut up. Maybe you should also rule on that, on Honorable Dodov, because lenta ishoyo kumuntu wesifazane she must shut up. It's wrong. Thank you. Honorable Luchuli. Order! Honorable Luchuli.
Chairperson, on a point of order.
I would like to take the ruling that what Honorable Dodov have said, we are going to listen to the Hansard because I didn't hear him. It's very soft, isn't it? Thanks very much. Can you hear me now? Honorable Mukausi, I'll start with Honorable Tuli in terms of what you said about Honorable Dodovo. I didn't hear him. Therefore, mina ngithulile mawukhuluma Honorable Luthuli. Ngicela sihloniphane njengamalungu eParliament. Angikuphikisi engikushoyo ukuthi angimzwanga uHonorable Dodovu ngenzeka ukuthi wena umzwile ngoba useceleni kwakhe. Therefore, in terms of Honorable Dodov, I'll ask the Hansard also to assist me in terms of what Honorable Dodov have said. Ngize kuwe Honorable Mukause. Honorable Mukause, who is saying?
I propose that you go and consult Hansard Chair and rule on that in the next sitting.
Order!
Come again.
Point of order, Chair.
Honorable Mukause, who is saying?
I propose that you go and consult Hansard in the next sitting.
Order.
You rule on that, Chairperson, and I need protection in this house.
Okay, Honorable Killian.
Handled by China.
There's a point of order, Honorable Killian.
Chairperson, I rise and
states chairperson, after the presiding officer has made a ruling, no point of order will be raised. Thank you, Chair.
We didn't hear anything.
Honorable Gilliam, can you please repeat again?
Chairperson, I rise on Rule 69, which states, if the presiding officer has made a ruling, no point of order will be allowed. Thank you, Chair.
Yours is allowed.
Thanks, Honorable Gilliam. Honorable Kause.
Point of order, Chair. Point of order, Chair.
Let's continue, Chair. You consult the answer. Let's continue.
Honorable Kause. Honorable Kause.
Chairperson can
You know what you have said because it was coming from you.
Let me continue, Chairperson.
I cannot remind you what you have said.
Okay.
Please.
Chairperson, the reality is that the people of KZN are without water, infrastructure, and proper police station. Why a criminal sleeping on top of money, the money that he cannot account for, dollars for that matter, and it's still allowed in this house. And you are continuously calling order on us. We are here to fight for the people of KZN. And if we don't call out these corrupt officials, these corrupt councillors and corrupt provincial government, together with the criminal himself sitting in this house, we're not going to get anything right. We are a generation that is going to fight for our people, and we are a generation that is not going to stop until corruption in South Africa is rooted out. Cyril Ramaphosa is a corrupt president, and you need to accept it as members of the ANC. Cyril Ramaphosa is going to be removed from government come 2024. Chairperson, I'm not going to withdraw anything from this house.
Order. 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 This is the meeting of the House. Public are not allowed to participate. Yesterday, from Monday, we're listening to you. Can you please also listen to us? I would like to call the next speaker, Honorable S.J. Muhai, ANC.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable Masondo, Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of South Africa, Comrade Cyril Ramaphosa. I also take this opportunity to join the rest of the people of South Africa in wishing you good health as we celebrated your birthday yesterday. Honorable Premiers of KwaZulu-Natal, Honorable Nomusa Dube, and Premiers from other provinces, Premier Ntombela and Premier Lisufe, Honorable Members, Special Delegates, MECs present here, and let me recognize the MEC for Economic Development, KZN, who is Chairperson of the NC, MEC Duma, Representative of Local Government, Salga, Honorable Mayors, distinguished special delegates. I really want to start here as Chief Whip, and of course, I believe that my colleague, Comrade Super Zuma, would agree with me that we would apologize if the House deteriorates and fail to deal with issues at hand that are crucial. But here I want to thank the people of KwaZulu-Natal who, in a disciplined manner, have rejected the theatrics of one of the reds here parties, like all other prototype organizations. who fail to really relate to the issues at hand. KwaZulu-Natal is a very important province in the body politic of South Africa. What have converged here are people to discuss their own issues, what concerns them, and what frustrates them. This is not a platform for moaning and complaining and sidestep the real issues that the people have raised. Your Excellency, as we close this last day of our flagship program of taking Parliament to the people in this beautiful district of Ugu in KwaZulu-Natal, this debate comes at the end of an intensive 4-day taking Parliament to the people program that has included public representatives and officials from all three spheres of government. Taking Parliament to the people is just that. It ensures Parliament is not far from you, Cape Town or Msunduzi. It's here, right with the people, in their midst, with them. And in this Parliament belongs to the people, not us. We members of Parliament are merely here running the Parliament and serving in it for 5 years. And it is the people who will decide whether we are back here or not at election times. If they who vote in huge numbers, our future is in their hands. So it's in our parties and our interest to serve them. Besides, it's a right thing to do. It's our constitutional duty to respond to their needs and concerns. Of course, government can't deliver overnight. There are limited funds and capacity, and many others in every part of the country also have similar needs and concerns. But over time, Chairperson, the government has to meet the needs of the people. And we in the National Council of Provinces need to ensure that. And we can best do it by working closely with the provincial legislatures and municipalities. We need to put more pressure on the national government to assist the province and municipalities in responding more effectively to the consequences of the flood disaster. But people also can't depend on government and the state for their needs. People also have to take greater responsibility for their lives. We need to work together, government, parliament, and the people. As the African National Congress, we have placed development of our people at the center of our efforts to transform society. The level of inequality in our country and the apartheid segregated development legacy remains. This means that not all communities have close access to essential services such as clinics, hospitals, police stations, home affairs offices that provide various government services. Our democratic government is responsible for closing this inequality so that people of Msunduzi in rural areas or people in Ugu in rural areas that are far from the towns can access these services. To realize this development, we need to have government with employees who place the interests of the people, the needs of the people at the center. We need public servants who are guided by Batopele principles. We salute the provincial government, the district and local municipalities of KwaZulu-Natal for their tireless efforts in relocating our people and providing necessary human, social and economic support during the trying times of the disasters. However, we recognize that as much has been done, a lot more has to be done, not least by ourselves, members of the NCOP. After all, our role is to raise the concerns of provincial and local government at the provincial level. We need to put more pressure. We need to raise these issues with national government, and the National Executive has its accounts to both houses of parliament to assist the province and municipalities in responding more effectively to the consequences of these floods and many other pandemics. And we call for more integrated approach between the three spheres of government for post-disaster socio-economic reconstruction and development of communities devastated by these floods. This has brought into sharp focus on the building of disaster-resilient capabilities, not only at the level of the state and community capacity to respond to natural disasters and pandemics, but also to the construction of disaster-resilient infrastructure. Globally, the economic impact of health pandemic has led to a profound rethinking of the state's role. Societies have found great value in agile governments. In other words, those that can respond swiftly, adapt resources to new needs, and bring innovative solutions to problem-facing communities. We have several best practices, example in South Africa. I mean, we should commend what the Premier of Gauteng have said. The massive investment on the SEZ in Tshwane, that is buzzing with production capability, an investment of over 20 billion. It should be celebrated by South Africa. But for us as an agile state, that should replicate with other focus areas in terms of building our productive sectors of our economy in our country. I can as well point to the partnership by the Industrial Development Corporation, the Department of Trade, Industry and Corporation, and National Empowerment Fund with the KZN government and local authorities. That's over 2 billion of industrial support rapidly dispersed to factories that were distracted. In this case, the business as usual approach would not have been appropriate, and the entities reinvented their way of dealing with the applicant firms. I can point to many other examples in food production, in the promotion of black industrialists, in how we are using trade agreements to create jobs in South Africa. But they all illustrate that we can do things differently, and that we must learn from the successes, our successes, and use that model of an agile state across all our work. Over the past 4 days, Chairperson, we have listened attentively to all public representatives and government officials. Despite our progress, communities have water problems. Water is fundamental basic need. Another problem raised concerning water is leakages. Here, the other problem is inconsistent flow of water in some wards, while other areas receive water. The quality of water is a big problem that should be addressed. We will focus on these issues and will certainly ensure that in the National Council of Provinces is preoccupied by the issues that are affecting the provinces. The community has raised critical water conservation issues and the need to innovative measures. I mean, there was one mom who was saying that there's always plenty of water here, but it is always shocking when you can't access that water that you see in the sea or even in dams, but that doesn't translate into the taps. Such are issues that must be attended to. The Chairperson, the people of Ugu district and across the nation have raised concerns about their lived experience of crime in their communities. Menosipho Mkhize narrated the sad story of people who are continuously murdered without anyone arrested. She complained about illegal shebins and shebin owners who are violating their license conditions as the flashpoints of criminality, and called for the revival of community policing forums, as many other speakers from Sittng who call for the establishment of community volunteers against crime. Our people sharply raise the pervasive corruption in the public sector, but particularly those rogue elements that are found within the police service. The capacity of our police service has come to the fore in yesterday's session, and delays in their response to the crime has to be attended. The ethical, capable, democratic developmental state cannot be realized under persistent environment of crime that daily robs our people of safety and security. Building resilient partnership between law enforcement agencies and our communities have become more necessary than ever before. We welcome the commitment of the Minister, Bekitele, to visit various police stations and hold ministerial imbizos in the district, and the current recruitment of over 10,000 additional police officers across the country. This will improve capacity of the police service. In this vein, we should combat corruption in the public and private sector, as corrupt practices undermine the provision of services in our communities. Undoubtedly, local government is located at the very center of our development agenda in our country. There is no better time when South Africa needs patriotic men and women, young and old, and business sector to appreciate that without also payment of our services, but of course those services must be provided for, and that our people must take responsibility at the end to ensure that they are sustainable. Honorable Chair, contrary to those who think the concept of ethical, capable, participatory developmental state is a narrow ideological cliché of the ANC. Even this is entrenched in the constitution, it does provide strong grounds for laying solid foundation for ethical, capable developmental stage. Unlike other developmental states, ours places high premium of the collaboration of the state with the people through their different civil society formation, organized labor, organized business, and other organized sectors of civil society. But ordinary people on the ground also have a crucial role to play. After all, a developmental state is not a top-down concept, but it is steeped in the masses. A developmental state can only function if it is truly democratic. What is inspiring, Mr. President, especially from the people of Ugu district, in Rei Nkonyeni, Umdoni, Umzumbe, and Umziwabantu, did not just complain, to conclude, but mostly made concrete, constructive suggestions in terms of how government should, together with them, address their challenges. This should embolden our collective resolve to accelerate service delivery and socio-economic development to ensure that we turn their despair into hope for a better future for all. We dare not fail them, lest we betray the legacy of Chief Albert Lithuli, Oliver Reginald Tambo, and Nelson Mandela, and many others who came before us. Sijabulile kakhulu ukuthi abantu bogu bakhulume nathi ngaphandle kokusaba, bakhulume basho yonke into ebahluphayo. Siyabonga kakhulu.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable members, Siyakuba. I would like now to recognize Honorable N. Jube Ngube, KwaZulu-Natal Prima.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. His Excellency, President of the Republic of South Africa, Honorable Ramaphosa, Honorable Chairperson of this House, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Members, Honorable...
Honorable Prima, Imagangane, Honorable Makausi. Chief Whip. Honorable Kause, Chief Whip is in the platform.
House Chair, I suggest that really it is time that we...
Yeah, they are fine now. They are bullying us.
The rules persistent. I think really we should be able to act on such a matter. There's not such a thing that honorable member must repeatedly take platform as and when she pleases.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Whip.
There's a Chief Whip that we removed in the...
Honorable Kause, I didn't give you a permission, your kuluma. Order. Kuban, Prima.
Thank you, Chairperson. I recognize Chairperson Ukhona Bamakhosi Sendlunkulu, Kulendle Hloniphekile, Ukhona bezinduna zamakhosi, is mayor, ama-councillors, umphakathi wethu ohloniphekile olapha endlini. Allow me, Chairperson, to also acknowledge and recognize honorable premiers from other provinces who are here with us. You are most welcome, colleagues and other honorable members of this august house. Honorable Chairperson, this debate comes ngesikhathi KwaZulu-Natal izama ukusukuma emva kokuhlasela zikhukhula zango-April nango-May kulonyaka ezashiya umonakalo ongasoze waphela emehlweni ethu nasezimpilweni zabantu bakithi. Ngesonto elidlule siphinde sahlangana nenye inkinga efana naleyo ngesikhathi izikhukhula zihlasela eMsunduzi, lapho uMsunduzi River uye waphuka waphuma endleleni washiya umonakalo omkhulu empilweni zabantu bakithi. Honorable members, siyafisa ukusho kulendlu ehloniphekile ukuthi akukho emthethweni noma akukho honorable if ama-members alendlu ehloniphekile ezokhuluma into engamaphutha phakathi kwalomphakathi ohloniphekile. Honorable members, ngiyafisa ukusho ukuthi u-honorable member othi Emngeni municipality umasipala onikeza ama-services mahala, cha akulona iqiniso lelo. Bonke omasipala bayanikeza umphakathi wabo ama-services. Umasipala semngeni siyawazi unerobhothi elilodwa futhi abantu bakhona abasebenzi futhi impilo zabantu bakhona azikaze zishintshe selokhu kwangena umeya okhona njengamanje. Ngesonto edlule ngithole incwadi ebephuma emphakathini lapho umphakathi ubucomplaina khona ngomeya okhona kanye nomkhandlu wawo ngendlela acwasa ngayo indawo zabantu bakithi. Leyo ncwadi ngiyengayidlulisela na ku public protector khona sizokwenza isiqiniseko sokuthi iyabhekwa le ndaba. Honorable members, I also want to say that it's not honorable when members are not bothered to check their facts. Everyone knows what the Western Cape looks like. It's a hell for our black people and for colored people. Everyone knows that it has been our disaster teams who brave the dangerous terrains in the middle of nights bezama ukusave abantu bakithi neimpilo zabo. Kubhlungu uma ngabe honorable member ezoma la akhulume ngabantu abahambelwa imphefumulo yabo nabantu esingakabatholi namanje idumbu zabo ukuze sithole amathambo wabo ukuze sikwazi ukuhlala sikhululekile. Imember izoma la ikhulume ngento engayazi ubhlungu obziwa umphakathi wakithi. Ngiyacela abahlonishwa ukuthi bangakwezi inhlekisa ukuhlupheka kwabantu bakithi. Siyacela Chairperson, I do wish to say that honorable members, if they don't want to see, it's their own indaba. I personally want to say here today, honorable members and honorable President, it is likely that within the next month, we are going to be opening other roads which had been partially closed. M4, M102, N2, Magabeni, Ifracom. Imember le ekhuluma ngawo njengamanje la emanzimtoti khona ama-constructors. Le u-M4 no R102 njengamanje bayasebenza noma inkontraka isaqhubeka nokwenza lo msebenzi. Honorable members, ngiyafisa ukusho lapha ukuthi imember ehloniphekile ayisho ukuthi zingaki izibhedlela esezikhandiwe zaqedwa selokhu zakhahlamezwa zikhukhula. Zingaki izikole esezenziwe zaqedwa selokhu zakhahlamezwa zikhukhula. I want to say, honorable members, that the people of Tongaat right now are experiencing service delivery because the water has been restored as we talk. Tell no lies and claim no easy victories. No easy victories will survive even in 2024 because we will liberate Western Cape. Honorable members, can I also indicate that the issue of sanitation in eThekwini municipality is being addressed. Sishilo ukuthi akwamekelekile ukuthi amabhishi wethu singakwazi kwasebenzisa wonke. Kodwa iqiniso elimsulwa nanti lapho engizolibeka khona. The beaches that are already open in eThekwini municipality, Point Beach, Ushaka Beach, Eddington Beach, South Beach, Worth Beach, Battery Beach, Country Club, Brighton Beach, Reunion, Toti Beach, Waina Beach, Umkababa Beach, all lama beach ayasebenza njengoba sikhuluma. Ama-swimming pool aseThekwini ayasebenza njengoba sikhuluma nje. Yebo umhlanga beach awukakavulwa ngenxa yokuthi kusaqedelwa ukusetshenzwa kohlange water pipeline okuyiyona eyenza umonakalo omkhulu kulolalwandle lwasemhlanga. I also want to say, honorable members, I do not know whether the honorable member was seeing the flies or ubekabona intuthwane noma bebona impukwane ngoba lapha eOgwini bonke abantu ababe kuma mass care centers abasekho abantu abakuma mass care centers as we talk. I also want to say, Honorable President, that this government that you are leading has worked very hard. The provincial executive approved the digital transformation. Lapho esifuna ukuthi umntwana wakithi omnyama akwazi ukukhompyutha nomntwana welinye ibala ngenxa yokwazi ukusebenzisa itechnology. Njengamanje we are forging ahead ne smart province which is alive looking at the fourth industrial revolution. We want our young people, when they leave school, they are better and they can even open their own businesses and they can also be able to play within the technological space in the world. The Lamesi Mathematics School, Science and Technology Academy has been completed and it's fully functional. At least 16 special schools have been provided with information communication technology in our province to promote e-learning. More than 500 laptops were provided to school principals and 26 schools are already implementing the pilot in robotics, in coding and other technological skills. Our province is implementing national digital skills. Njengamanje sizobe sinenkomfa ezoba ngesonto elizayo lapho esizobe siqhubeka khona nomkhankaso wokwenza isiqiniseko sokuthi isifundazwe saKwaZulu-Natal siyangena kwi-fourth industrial revolution. Abantu abethu abasha nabantwana abancane ngikhuluma nawe President nje sebeyakwazi abanye ukuhlanganisa imoto ikwazi bayibone ihamba, sebeyakwazi abanye ukudrive ama-drones. Siyakwazi ukuthi njengamanje kube nabantwana aba-involved in robotics and technology. Ngenyanga edlule President besimukela abantwana abangaphezu kuka-50 abaqale laphaya kwi-aviation school where bazobe befundela khona i-private licenses as well as commercial licenses. Abanye bazobe befundela ukuba ama-crew, abanye befundela ukukhanda amabhanoyi. Ngikhuluma nani nje about 2 kulama students baflya already with i-airline ebizwa ngokuthi i-Fly South Air, bayadriver bayasebenza. Oyedwa usebenza nale company entsha yamabhanoyi esanda ukuvulwa okukhombisa ngokusobala umsebenzi walohulumeni oholwa ngokhongolose. Honorable members, siyafisa ukusho la ukuthi ngesikhathi sihlaselwa zikhukhula ziningi kakhulu izibhedlela ezingakwazanga ukuthi zisebenze, ezinye ezanqamukelwa amanzi. Sikhuluma nale ngqungquthela noma nale nhlanganiso ehloniphekile zonke izibhedlela ezazingenawo amanzi njengamanje sezinawo amanzi. Sikhuluma la ngezibhedlela ezinjengo Prince Mshiyeni, Pixlika Isaka Seme, sikhuluma ngeMahatma Gandhi kanye nezinenanda okuyezinye zezibhedlela ezazikhahlamezekile njengamanje.
As you conclude. Sorry. As you conclude.
Oh. Okay, honorable members, I do want to just conclude by saying izindlu zabantu bakithi laba bakhahlamezwa zikhukhula njengamanje uhlelo lakhona selihambe kakhulu. Out of 1,810 ama temporary residential esawakha awu 1,511 asebewasebenzisa abantu bakithi, awu 81 alindele ukuthi afakelwe amanzi nogesi. Siyafisa ukusho la ukuthi emva kunabantu aba-135 ababehlala kuma-mass care centers emahholo nakwezinye indawo. Amahholo awu-71 sesiwavalile, lawa awu-64 asesele nawo sinohlelo lokuthi bonke abantu abasemahholo bazokwazi ukungena emafletini ngaphambi kokuba ube middle of December. Nakhona ngabe sesiqedile inkinga ukuthi kuya kwafanele ukuthi sihambe with the tender process and i-tender process kwaba khona aba-objectayo sase siyadisturbheka ohlelweni lokwazi ukuthi abantu bakithi bangene ey'ndlini ey'hloniphekile. Chairperson, I also want to say inkinga yamanzi inkulu lapha Ogwini, and asikwazi ukuthi sibukele phansi. Inkinga yobugebengu inkulu lapha Ogwini, ingakho sithe asigxilise inhlaka zomphakathi ezinjengama-community police forums, ngoba amaphoyisa nawo ayadinga ukulekelela umphakathi ukuthi azi ukuthi ubani ofuye isigebengu emzini wakhe, ukuthi azi ukuthi ubani obeke isigebengu emva kwendlu yakhe. Uma ngabe singasebenza kanjalo singakwazi ukuthi siqede ubugebengu uma singasebenza ngokubambisana. Chairperson, I also want to say that today, as we are sitting in this hall, honorable member uthi uhulumeni ka-ANC awenza ngalutho. Bengizothi honorable member angazi noma uhleli ehholo eliyimpukane yini, ngoba kule hholo ahleli kulona yilona lakhiwe ukhongolosi. Umhlonishwa uthi uhulumeni kakhongolosi awenza ngalutho, kodwa umhlanishwa eza la uhambe emgaqweni, wahamba kuma-traffic lights, walala ehhotela, wageza ekseni, waba nogesi, okuchaza ukuthi ukhongolosi uyasebenza.
Thanks, Honorable Prima. Honorable members, Siyakuba. I would like now to recognize as Sikwati Limpopo MEC Provisional Treasurer.
Ngiyabonga. Ngiyabonga Sihlalo, Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, the Chief Whip of the NCOP, His Excellency Honorable President Matamela Ramaphosa, our host Premier of the beautiful province of KwaZulu-Natal, our premiers, ministers and deputy ministers, MECs present, members of the NCOP and colleagues from different provinces, the Executive Mayor of Ugu East District, and all leaders from local government present. Nami ngiyabonga ukuthi ngiphiwe lesikhathi ukuthi ngizobanani lana Ugu District, nami ngizokwazi ukuthi ngimele mu Premier wase Limpopo Ntate Chupu Stanley Mathabata in this important meeting of the National Council of Provinces. This week-long visit to this Ugu district in the province of KwaZulu-Natal should indeed breathe life to the theme of working together to ensure faster improvement in delivery of services to our communities. Taking Parliament to the people should not just be a slogan as we wrap up this leg of our visit to provinces, and we should live with a better understanding of service delivery progress and challenges in our areas. Colleagues, over the years, we have seen the NCOP oversight visits impacting significantly and positively to the work of government in provinces. Through recommendations of NCOP, as Limpopo, we are able to unlock several service delivery bottlenecks, resulting in improved provision of services. There is no doubt that the challenges in this area were also compounded by the reality of COVID-19 pandemic that our country is emerging from. The COVID-19 pandemic has ravaged our national and local economies, and we had a choice between saving lives and saving livelihoods, which was always having to require a delicate balance. We appreciate the wisdom and judicious leadership of President Matamela Ramaphosa for safely navigating our country from the ravaging quagmire of COVID-19. Although we have almost won the war against COVID-19, its devastating aftermath remain visible and very much stubborn. We are now having to deal with the reality of increased levels of unemployment, and many of our people have been relegated to the periphery of economic activity and participation. The levels of poverty are at an all-time high, as if these challenges are not heavier enough. In addition, our people are now having to deal with acute shortage of water. Access to water has become a luxury to many households, particularly in our rural households. The progress we have made with regard to the fight against COVID-19 pandemic presents an opportunity for the implementation of our adopted socio-economic recovery plan. We cannot emphasize the urgent need to fasten the implementation of socio-economic recovery and reconstruction program. The focus of this recovery and reconstruction plan should be infrastructure delivery program, local economic development, and targeted focus on provision of quality of basic services such as water, sanitation, and housing. Chairperson, the challenges that we face require integrated planning, sound project management, including proper monitoring and evaluation controls. This integrated planning must happen at all times, at all three spheres of government, which is national, provincial, and local level of government. The district development model approach is also the best prescription at our disposal. As Limpopo, we have made significant progress with regard to the assignment of institutionalization of the district development model. As I speak, all of our 5 districts have established their district development model structures. And all our districts have adopted the District 1 plan, which has happened with the involvement of the provincial and national departments. All approved District 1 plans have indicated a regression on water provision as a major challenge confronting implementation of socio-economic recovery program in our province. Our recent EXCO budget directed the Office of the Premier, the Water Department, the Water and Sanitation Department, and municipalities to prioritize water infrastructure and delivery as the main priority. The success of the district development model requires, amongst others, building ethical, capable development state, and we therefore welcome a cabinet decision on the adoption of professionalization of public service framework. Strengthening local government as a key pillar for building developmental state, and a resolute implementation of anti-corruption program across all spheres of government. The strengthening of social partnerships between local government, private sector, and civil society, and the institution of traditional leadership. Once again, on behalf of Limpopo, we wish to express our appreciation and support for this great work of the NCOP. Uma ngiceda ngifisa ukubingelela uPresident wethu ilanga elihle lokuzalwa lube izolo. Happy birthday, Mr. President. Ngiyabonga, ngiyalebonga.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. I would like to recognize Honorable N. Khatebe, Inkatha Freedom Party. Pungani.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. Ngifisa ukuthi mangiqala egameni leNkatha Freedom Party ngikhuleke kuyisilo samabandla wonke ilanga eliphahlwa amalanga amabili elaKwaZulu nelaKwaNgwane. Incwadi ebhalwe uBhejana phuma esiqiweni akaza ayisayina ngoba isayinwe ngamashobe enkomo zakithi kwaZulu kanye nondunankulu wakhe undunankulu wesizwe sakwaZulu inkosi ehlasela ngedlozi elihlatshelwayo elingagoli intethe
uyikhangela indoda yaze yathi siqhashe ngangisayi ukuyomasha kwala kwaZulu sengiyomasha kwelo babamkhulu lapha isikhali sendabuko esingawungena khona ngabe ngikubiza ngegama ngisalinda uphenyo luka Goldstone. Hlonishwa mongameli, uhulumeni uhlulekile ukunikeza abantu besifunda ugwamanzi. Akukho manzi. Kodwa ile misebenzi eyenziwe ingaqedwe endaweni yaseweza kumasipala umzi wabantu kwakhiwe reservoir kwafakwa amapipe amanzi kodwa amanzi awaphumi. Lesi simo esifanayo nasendaweni yasezingolweni ezinqoleni nakhona kwakhiwe reservoir kodwa nakhona amanzi awabona nangalikhala. Umphakathi ukhulumile ngolwesibili ukuthi ikhansela labanika incazelo ethi amanzi awaphumi awakwazi ukwenyuka intaba. Umthetho sisekelo wezwe akukho lapho uthi khona uma umuntu akhe entabeni kufanele angawathola amanzi. Ichilo lelo. Simzwile ungqongqoshe wezamanzi umhlonishwa uSenzo Mchunu ethi bazofaka imali engengaphansi ku150 million ukuzama ukuxazulula inkinga yamanzi kulesi sifunda sasogwini. Umbuzo uthi bekumele ukuthi abantu baze bahlukumezeke ngaphambi kokuthi bahlinzekwe ngamanzi. Kodwa ke siyobona sekwenzeka ukuthi leso sithembiso siyogcina sifezekile yini. Lo hulumeni udumile ngemisebenzi eyenziwe ishiwe ingaphelile lokho kufakazelwa okwenzeke eMzumbe lapho obekufanele kwakhelwe khona abantu izindlu endaweni yawadweshula enkosini ucele inkosi uHadebe enkwazi enhlangwini nasentlalwane eziningi izindlu kwagcina ngokwakhiwa kwezilebhu kwashiwa kanjalo. Lapho ogwini kunezingane ezihamba amabanga amade uma ziya noma zibuye ezikoleni ngenxa yokungabikho kwezinto zokuthutha. Kuyilungelo labafundi ukuthi bahlinzekwe ngezinto zokuthutha. Inkatha ithi abafundi balapho ogwini abahlinzekwe ngamabhasi azobathutha uma beya ezikoleni. Imigwaqo nayo kulesi sifunda inalo idumela lokungaqedwa. Kushiwe kanjalo kungaphelile. Udadewethu uZimdola owumsakazo okhosini useze waba nezibongo. Izibongo zakhe uthi uhafu itiyela likaManzankosi eBuchanan. Lokhu kugcizelela lomkhuba wezinto zikahulumeni ezisala zingaphelile iminyaka ngeminyaka. Mhlonishwa mongameli, sewuphelile umphakathi ilogqamcishi kagesi ofika ngokuvakasha njengoba uhlala ePitoli. Uma kwenzeka ubuya ufika nalomfutho limaza impahla yabantu. Kwezinye izindawo lo gesi unobandlululo linobuqili. Edolobheni uhamba kancane ubuye. Emakhaya isabelweni uhamba umlibo ubuye kancane. Ucisha kagesi kanye nokunqamuka kwamanzi sekuholele ekutheni amabhizinisi amancane avalwe. Amabloho njalo makunezikhukhula yamuka ngalungiswa. Abamatekisi abasakwazi ukuthi kumele bahambe kuphi uma kufanele bathuthe umphakathi ngenxa yamabloho angalungisiwe amanye abhidlikile. Amabloho asemzumbe ukokoloshe umhoboshane emvuzane eBhobhoyi kwaMgwabe namanye awalungisiwe. Umgwaqo wathenjiswa itiyela kudala ukusuka eDududu uya eMkhunya kumasipala waseMdoni namanje kusabanjwe uDonga. Kusuka eFairview kuya eAssis namanje kusabanjwe uDonga. Kusuka eLuziana kuya kwaMadlala namanje kusabanjwe uDonga. Bayaphela abantu ubugebengu mongameli ngenxa yezinswela boya ezikhathazayo lapha ogwini. Ogogo omkhulu odadewethu.
As you conclude, honorable member. As you conclude.
Hayi sisekhona
Okay.
Njengoba kuzukhisimusi emhlonishwa sihlalo kuzophelwa abafuyi bazophela inkomo zabo zigawulwa ngehonela amasela. Okushaqisayo ukuthi amaphoyisa ayazi. Mhlonishwa mongameli, amahhovisi kahulumeni asebenza ngendlela engabacabangela abantu. Okokuqala kwaSASSA nakwaHome Affairs kuyagcwala kulalwa khona kubanjwe olayini. Okwesibili abagulayo badlule esayidi bayisothuthwini nokuyiba ngelide kubeni kugitshelwa ngemali uma sebefikile. Kubuye kuthiwe abaphinde emuva ama-computer wasebenzi inetwork ayikho. Yini lena mongameli kuphi ucabangela abantu makunje? Umyalezo wenkatha namhlanje uthi abaphume abahlulekile, ijadu liphelile, izitsha abuyele ekhaya, akungena abazosebenza ngokwethembeka ngokungenzi isethembiso esingafezwa. Ngiyathokoza.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We'll now proceed to Honorable Shongwe.
Ngithathe lethuba ngibingelele umongameli wase Republic of South Africa. Ngibingelele usihlalo we-NCOP kanye namalunga e-NCOP, abo premier abakhona nabamele izifundazwe zonke ezikhona ngaphakathi kwethu, kungaba o-executive mayor, kube ngamakhansela, ngibingelele futhi wonke okhona la ngaphakathi kwethu, ngithi all protocol observed. There can be no better avenue to listen and comprehend the needs of people of South Africa than through such a program we have embarked on this week, which is called Taking Parliament to the People. On behalf of the Premier of Mpumalanga, Umama Honorable Refilwe Mthweni Tsipane, and the people of the Rising Sun, we are greatly honored to be part of this important program and debate. Ngicela ukusho ukuthi mongameli kanye nosesihlalweni ukuthi zonke izinto esizikhuluma la namhlanje akusiyo about us esingama representatives. Lapha size ukuzokhuluma nabantu boku nabantu base KZN, silalele bona ukuthi bathini, other than ukuthi kulalelwe thina ukuthi sithini. Size la ukuzotshela abantu boku nabantu base KZN nase South Africa ukuthi ezimpumalanga sesibenzele ini ukusukela ngesikhathi sedemocracy ukuze sibe manje. Okubalulekile kufanele sikwazi ukuthi ukuze wazi ukuthi uyapi kufanele wazi ukuthi ubuyaphi. Le South Africa sikhuluma ngayo ephethwe ngumongameli namhlanje iSouth Africa ngaphansi kwedemocracy eneminyaka engamashumi amabili nesiphohlongo. Umbuso obephambili obophethe uphethe for over 300 years. Abantu bakithi njengoba sikhuluma namhlanje bahlupheka nje, badonsana nje kungenxa ye contribution ye apartheid government. Some of the parties akhona la namhlanje, they were part of that. And today they are pointing fingers to the government of the democracy. They've never ever set their foot in this area. By then uhulumende wa by then wawaziwa ukuthi usePitori. Kubalulekile ke ukuthi sazi ukuthi le system esilungisa i-backlog yayo uma ukhulunywa ngesewer system, isewer system la eSouth Africa yayenzelwe ingosana yabantu abamhlophe kuphela. Umuntu omnyama bekangabalwanga lapho. Ugesi lesikhuluma ngawo esibhizi ngawo manje as this government wawenzelwe ingosana yabamhlophe kuphela. Mina kahle ukuthi sasibasa isibane soparafini. Mina nawe sazi kahle ukuthi sasipheka ngeprama stove. Mina nawe namhlanje ngempucuko esesiyo sesiyakwazi ukuthola iplatform le eyakhiwa ngabantu abasilwela ukuthi sithole lenkululeko. Besingeke mina nawe sizo-arguisha la ngesikhathi se-apartheid ifanketang ngabe imile la ngaphandle infaka khona nonke ngobuningi benu. Nikhumbule kahle ukuthi la sibuya khona sasiphila ngaphansi komthetho we-Section 10 we-Group Areas Act lo obulewe yithi namhlanje. Kwabakhona izingane ezazibizwa ngabomahlathini nabondleleni ngoba sasitshontshana emahlathini nasendleleni ngoba uma baze bakuthola uyolala ekhabontombi yakho ngaphandle kwepermit ungena ejele uhamba uyodonsa. Namhlanje sine platform yokuthi sikhulume sibeke inkinga zethu lezi esifuna ukuthi zenzeke. Lo government of the day asilalele simcriticize futhi angalwi nathi. I-criticism in the past government wawungena ejele. Kubalulekile ukuthi uma sikhuluma mina nawe sazi ukuthi sibuya kuphi ukuze kwasazi ukuthi siyaphi. Ngifuna ukusho ukuthi eMpumalanga kuningi esekwenzekile ngaphansi kombuso we-African National Congress. Abantu sebathola amanzi aclean manje ebebangawatholi before ebebawashera kanye nezilwane egojeni. Abantu bakithi namhlanje sebakwazi ukupress ibutton kukhanya ugesi abantu abethu bafunde ebusuku ngaphandle nje ukuthi siyayesihlushwe ke yi-load shedding mongameli ekungiyona ke esiphatha kabi esifisa ukuthi ingathi ngaphela. Abomama nabobaba namhlanje sebayakwazi ukuma on the same platform ba-arguishe ma-issues on 50-50 basis. It is because of this democracy. Ngilalele ku-public hearing izolo bengikhona la abantu boku baphakamisa izikhalo zabo ngezoma responses abo-executive mayor mongameli. I was very much impressed. I-connection between bona nabantu abahlala kibo. Abantu bakithi abafuni ukuthi uzobatshela ama-successes kuphela. Bayafuna nokuthi ubatshele ama-challenges nokuthi ukuthi kuzokwenzeka kulonyaka ukuthi ngeke kwenzeke kulonyaka can only happen in the few financial years. It's very much important ukuthi when we stand here sipolitike ngenhlonipho. Abantu laba bahleli lapha ngemuva abeze bazolalela thine njengabo MEC njengamalungu eshaya umthetho ba expecte ukuthi si lead by example. Uma babona mina njengoshongwe ngizithwangqwang bayabona ukuthi there's no future there. We are not represented there. It's very much important that we are mindful of our people and the intelligence of our people. Our people can take decisions. They don't take decisions based on what you are influencing them on. They can see they can decide they are old enough to do that.
As we conclude, Honorable MEC.
Sengvala osesihlalweni ngifuna ukuthi unwele olude mongameli. Khula ukhule ngenhlonipho nokuzithoba. Uma amanzi ekuthela ufane nedada uma lisemanzini uphume uyithintithe uhambe uyosebenzela lesizwe esilaphambi kwakho. Ngifuna futhi nokubingelela usihlalo we-African National Congress empuma KwaZulu-Natal ne-executive yakhe engibabonile bala ngithi phambili ma comrade.
Thank you very much. We'll now proceed to Honorable De Bruin. Is he there? Honorable De Bruin. Virtual, yeah. Virtual Honorable De Bruin was over the screen. Thank you very much. Honorable De Bruin. In that case, we'll move on to Honorable Stoffile, Councillor Stoffile from Salga, the Salga President.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Patin Kubo, Staloe National Council of Provinces. Deputy Chair, the Chief Whip, the President General, and members of the House, fellow councillors, Obazakwetu, who made it possible that this House to be convened and have a deliberation about conditions and challenges that we face in the local government space. It is my honor on behalf of the collective leadership of the organized local government and the sphere on local government to contribute towards the debate on this week's program of taking Parliament to the people in this beautiful province of KwaZulu-Natal that have produced many icons and leaders to lead at the time in which the country was facing difficulties. Chair, the Constitution of the Republic entrenches local government as a fully fledged sphere of government in a system of cooperative governance in which the three spheres are distinct yet interrelated, interdependent. This week, as Parliament, through the National Council of Provinces and all provincial legislatures, descended to KZN and engaged with the people of the real challenges that they are facing. We must accept It is that these conversations that took place with ordinary people from local government communities. In our specific example in Uku, it is a space where the will of the people find most expression through the processes of electing office bearers, being the mayor, the speaker, the chief whip, the councillors, and the body called council. And the executive that are given a responsibility to lead and play an active role in changing the conditions of life of our people. A reality where the rubber hits the road. A space where a councillor as a public office bearer cannot hide from ordinary people under the disguise of blue lights, bodyguards, and high electrical fence walls. A space where there are no office hours and yet very little appreciation and reward. A space where those speaking from a privileged position find it convenient to pass the buck, if not pass the blame. A space where public service is a curse, where criminal elements visit us at night, when we are at our most vulnerable period, when we are spending time with families and loved ones, to eliminate or attempt to scare and intimidate us. A space our obituary has been already written for the next funeral. A space where dedicated heroes, people's servants who had dedicated their lives to serving others selflessly, devoted and fearlessly in putting the interest of their people above their own, had their lives cut short. And here I wish to remember, but not only them, Councillor Jimmy Muhlala, Councillor Moses Big Mos Muleleke, Councillor Muzi Manyati, and Councillor Mungobi Mulife, to mention but a few. A space where many of us continue to take the responsibility of public office as reliable and committed leaders despite the curse. President, as the sphere closest to the people, we plead for your intervention ensuring the appropriate application on support by provincial and national government to local government to perform our function and discharge our responsibility and obligations. It is our considered view that not much has been done to diligently give Section 154 support, but instead we observe unprecedented state of inappropriate evocation of Section 139 intervention, some perpetual since 2004, whilst others have not even assisted the capacity since the 2021 elections. And we must applaud the KZN on its endeavor in the recent past of trying to focus on support system in the municipal system, so as other provinces that we have learned in the past to deal with that. President, with this context, where government has for last 22 years introduced numerous interventions to improve the functioning of municipalities with very minimal success, should we not instead consider a comprehensive review to assess the state of local government, championed by the presidency, with a view to ensure that it examines the fiscal architecture, the powers and functions, the accountability, and that service ethos underpin the remodeling of local government system in South Africa. Our considered view is that the challenge facing us to redress poverty, inequality, and underdevelopment cannot be addressed through concerted effort by government alone, and it requires all spheres of government to collaborate and cooperate, including business to take responsibility. Part of that taking responsibility is to develop a system in which councillors, wherever they are doing their work, they are protected. President, it's only 10 months now. Councillors and municipal officials that have been killed until today, as I'm standing here, they are 52. 18 of them, they have been captured and intimidated. And we want to have a process in which there will be a better way of managing. The reality that we are continually chasing is the moving target in changing the conditions of our people. There is no doubt in our minds that the local government experience in South Africa is a complex one, and democratizing local government to represent and service all South Africans has been extremely challenging, further exacerbated by stubborn challenges that continue to bedevil local government process. Many of these were highlighted by communities of KwaZulu-Natal, more in particular in this area. We have noted with keen interest that the focus has largely been on debt owed by municipalities to ESCOM, water boards and water trading entities. Whilst acknowledging this challenge, our assessment, though, confirms the following factual picture. Whereas municipalities does owe ESCOM the amount that it has owed, but the municipalities combined together in South Africa, they are owed 255 billion rand by state, by household, and by business. And therefore, that is why we are saying it is important for us as municipalities to implement our credit control, so as it is important that there's other spheres of government to decide about how best to amend legislation to protect the income level of a municipality. And therefore, we are putting concretely on the table that it is important to revisit Traffic Act or Roads Act so that we deal with the individuals as they go and renew the license disc of the vehicles, so that those individuals, if they have not paid the municipal bills, they can be cashed. Tax Act to be amended so that it is important that those that run away from paying municipal services, SARS and other systems can catch them so that the municipalities' resources can be paid. Also use the relationship in the cooperation and collaboration manner with the big businesses, banks in the country, to be allowed and work towards contributing in increasing the collectivity of the municipality so that the resource base of the municipality can grow. As I draw to the conclusion, I once again stand before you on behalf of the leadership collective of the organized local government and local government leaders from all our municipalities and pledge our positive response as we embrace the spirit of citizen activism. Our communities look up on us in periods of need, difficult and complex as it may be. President Mandela once implored us to use our freedom to light the path to a more humane, more caring society. He demanded that we lift our sight far into the horizon, that we use our voices to proclaim our freedom. In turn, our country taught us
as you
courage
conclude,
and resilience,
Honorable
that we
Stoffel,
embrace the challenges that we bring. And therefore, President, as we move towards this and noting the discussion earlier in the morning, let us be reminded by these words by Thomas Sankara. Our revolution is not a public speaking tournament. Our revolution is not a battle of fine phrases. Our revolution is not simply not sporting slogans that are no more than signals used by manipulators trying to use them as a catchwords. Our revolution is and should continue to be the collective efforts to transform reality, to improve the concrete conditions of the masses of our people, and therefore sitting here and members of the public hearing us pulling point of order, that order. What are you teaching us as local government and community at large? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Miga, Northwest.
No, thanks very much, Honorable Chairperson, to the Deputy Chairperson, His Excellency, the President of South Africa, Honorable Cyril Ramaphosa, to the Premier of the KwaZulu-Natal, the Honorable Speaker also of KwaZulu-Natal, members of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable Premiers from different provinces who are here, my colleagues, Honorable MECs, and maybe not to go far, but acknowledge also all other members present, most importantly the communities of KwaZulu-Natal. Honorable Chair, it is our belief that it is very much important that in whatever we do as government, we need to be a caring government. We must continue to be a caring and responsive government. So by building an agile state, we will be able to deliver better to our communities. And this is how we become a government which is fit for purpose. In the Northwest Province, like in many other areas across the country, service delivery is a challenge. This is why we believe this topic is very relevant to where we find ourselves. The way we explain an agile is that it is a form of project management designed to deliver product and services, and at the heart of it, Honorable Chairperson, is learning quickly and adapting. By adapting this model, we will ensure that we, on whatever we do as government, we adopt a people-centered approach. For many years, we have been talking about principles such as Batupili, which implies that we put our people first, but this has not been happening in many occasions. Around the world, a growing number of organizations and indeed governments are adopting agility to improve service delivery, increase speed, and enhance customer, employee, and community experience. Indeed, in the time of COVID-19, Honorable Chair, many organizations, including government, had no choice but to accelerate their shift to Agile. Recent research found that Agile organizations responded faster to the pandemic, while those that do not embrace Agile working may well forfeit the benefit of speed and resilience needed in the next normal after COVID-19 pandemic. In a sense, agility at an enterprise level means moving strategy, structure, processes, people, and technology towards a new operating model by rebuilding an organization around hundreds of self-steering, high-performing teams supported by a stable backbone. It is therefore also important for our government to adopt continuous learning and improvement as a core principle of agile working, as it also applies to agile culture. Successful agile transformations have shown the value of monitoring progress, evaluating behavioral change in people and its impact on performance, and running regular retrospective to learn from our successes and failures, which might be useful to building agility to the state. However, measuring behavioral change, especially in communities, has traditionally been a challenge. It is therefore important, Honorable Chair, that government embraces agility by using culture-related questions on whether people in communities felt more responsible, whether they could collaborate better, and whether they are more able to learn from others. In parallel, there is a need to use a qualitative method to track the shift towards an agile culture. Updated performance framework and dialogue, for example, can be used to track whether communities are adopting desired behavioral, while a continuous communication will give an ongoing pulse to check of how people were doing and what they are feeling about the rate of delivery in their areas. Culture plays a very important role, Honorable Chair, in a country with so many different cultures, groupings as ours. The value of tracking became a very clear and conscious way which can be used to manage and measure culture progress, establish the correlation between culture and performance, and use cultural data to bring its agile operating model to life. Using these tracking initiatives, Honorable Chair, can help government to produce insight on agile maturity, performance, and culture, thus fostering a sense of belonging, motivation, purpose, and empowerment, which can assist to consistently increase community engagement on issues related to making the state more agile, which will lead to improved service delivery outcomes. This will similarly ensure that several dimensions of the tasks that communities engage in improves as the culture of credibility and clarity takes hold, while greater autonomy, which is the core principle of agile culture, allows communities to take on their own challenges and become more solution-oriented in matters of service delivery. The district development model is a vehicle which is used properly, which if used properly can get us closer to achieving agility that helps us build a more capable state, able to deliver better to our communities by including them in plans aimed at improving their lives. The adoption of agile strategies will not only improve service delivery outcomes, but will work to change the entire value chain of government for the better, as it means adopting more private sector-oriented models of delivery and also responding to the changing paradigm. To build an agile state capability is to ensure that we build a citizenry that is satisfied with what we deliver as government. This then translates into a state that is capable of, when required, adapting to change, even in instances where there is increased demand on the services that are rendered by government. For a state embracing agility may mean being able to respond promptly to the needs of our communities, working towards building a competitive, capable models of service delivery by also attracting the right skills, they're adopting the right behavior, which will be supported by the right leadership, which I believe, Honorable Chair, can help in improving service delivery outcome. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mira. Honorable Baga. Esondela kuBhaga sicela ukuthi umsindo sithi kwehlisa kancane emuva. Please, Honorable Baga.
Masibulele Chairperson. Honorable President, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members, Honorable Premiers, MECs, good afternoon. One of the biggest lessons of COVID-19 pandemic is that the public sector capacity to manage a crisis of this proportion is dependent on the cumulative investments that the state has made, especially to strengthen vigorously its proficiencies. For South Africa, institutional weaknesses and governance failures at the municipal and national level have weakened the ability of the state to deliver on its developmental mandate. Confronting challenges requires strengthening institutional capabilities of the state across different spheres of government, especially at the coalface of public service delivery at the local level. As a country, this new chapter places an emphasis on a different type of state, one that is characterized by innovative institutions and that embodies public value and can catalyze new types of growth. Good governance for programs and projects, if applied, requires a defined structure, ways of working, process and systems of operating sufficiently. Transparency and dedication based on merit is paramount to improve the outcomes that the people of South Africa are expecting of their public representatives. Mr. President, in 2018, your government introduced the health promotion levy called the sugar tax by most South Africans. As we read in the newspapers about the business rescue process of Tongaat Hewlett, the closure of sugar mills is a concern, and those concerns are raised. As we went on site visits this week, during taking Parliament to the people, and saw the mill standing dormant, and we heard from the farming community in the public submissions, the impact of the sugar tax has been devastating. Commercial farmers, emerging farmers, and small-scale farmers have all been affected. The Chairperson, we are in a province that has been ravaged by floods to the extent that people are displaced. However, as I'm standing here, there are people still living in community halls. We need to make sure that people's dignity is restored. Families must be assisted urgently to restore their lives, for that is where community life begins. National government must intervene in order for local government to successfully deliver basic services especially in rural areas. We are, however, welcome the revenue bill approved by Parliament for the floods disaster. As a country, we need to provide service delivery, the ability to scale up in order to adapt quickly to the changing needs and environments across all spheres of government. As we do that, it is important to remove red tape to allow faster services to the people. Agile methodologies can transform how government plans, operates, and delivers its core mandate to the people. We therefore need a good implementation plan that will cater to the needs of the most vulnerable in our society. Good governance programs, or good governance for programs and projects, if applied, requires a defined structure, ways of working, processes and systems to operate sufficiently. The era of COVID-19 has exposed too much inequality and a whole lot of failed planning and poor project management. In the same era, we witnessed gender-based violence escalating at a lightning speed. The recent conference convened by President Cyril Ramaphosa in Midrand is much appreciated, and we hope that it will yield positive results. We all want a country that is safe for women and children to prosper and contribute positively to nation building without fearing for their lives. Chairperson, I would have failed if I don't mention crime as a prohibitor to improving services to the people. It is reported that 10% of rape cases reported nationally stems from higher education institutions. We need to build a state that protects adolescent girls and young women from this pandemic that is ravaging our country. Crime is on the rise, and load shedding is not doing us any favors in this regard. It is therefore quite critical that load shedding is urgently addressed for the development and growth of our country. Our economy is depreciating, and we are struggling with the increasing cost of living with no tangible assistance from this government to assist in the betterment of people's living conditions. Corruption is on a high, perpetuated by those that are meant to better people's lives within the ruling party. Needless to say, the ANC has sold the people of South Africa and the country untruth and every chance given to them. There shall be houses, security, comfort, doors of learning shall be opened, and the list goes on. All nothing but empty promises. We have heard people in this gathering over the past few days crying about basic services. There's a huge outcry about water that is cut for a number of days. People have to get water where most of us here would not dare get or drink it. We live in a country where service delivery is just a dream to some, where ordinary people have given up on ever coming out of poverty because they have witnessed the rich getting richer while the poor are starving to death. An urgent turnaround strategy is needed to address some of these challenges in an attempt to build a better South Africa. And I want to end by saying that to the Premier of KZN, we know what challenges people are confronting after the floods, and we know what is still outstanding. We know what extent a lot of work still has to be done. And to stand here and pretend as if everything is bright, everything is good, is just incorrect. The committee that we serve in, the subcommittee on the floods, will be talking to the President of what is done and what is outstanding. Now, to stand here and grandstand is something that is unacceptable, and honesty is key in these areas. So that work that is
As you conclude, Honorable Bacha.
Thank you, Chair. Work that is needed for assistance in this regard is then sought, and the national government is brought abreast to deal with such issues. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is going to Honorable Mkiva.
Mantatel Tuba, ndibulise kusihlalo wendlu uba uMasondo umphephethu. Ndibulise umongameli wezwe lakokwethu President Cyril Ramaphosa. Ndibulise amalungu ecabinet, the ministers, the deputy ministers. Ndibulise uPremier welphondo omtshaqaqa nongumama wokuqala kweliphondo ukuthi abekwe kwisikhundla soba nguPremier. Ndibulise Ndibulise o-MEC bonke bakho Premier. Ndimchage usihlalo we-ANC kweliphondo ubaba uDuma noyilida kaRhulumente kweliphondo. Ndibulise omeya beholwa ngumeya walapha Ogweni umama uMthiyane. Mbonile noSpeaker walapha ephondweni. Ndibulise izidwesha nezidwangube umlisela nomthinjana ugwece lomgqeku oqhina bakamkhonono bathi mayizala inkomo sidle isigqoko. Ndinibulisa nonke egameni lombutho wesizwe iANC. Molweni. Ogxa bam abaninzi sebethethe bophela bazityanda igila. Ndizawubeka nje izigxininisi apha naphaya. Uba ngaba niyaqaphela inkokheli ze-ANC ezithunywe ngabantu ukubana ziye eParlamente ziyomela izidingo neemfuno zabantu ziziphatha ngesidima esibonakalayo into kokubana into abayawuyenza eParlamente kukulwela into kokubana abantu bakuthi baphume endlaleni. Kukho izibhonti-bhonti ezingalawulekiyo apha phakathi kwethu. Kodwa bathi banomnqweno into kokubana ngenye imini bangaze balawule. Ilizwe lethu lingayintoni ukuphathwa ngabantu abazimdlavini intswelaboya ezibonakala elubala into yobana ziziphethe kakubi. Umzekelo endifuna umxelela wona.
Honorable Mkiva, just a bit. On what point are you rising, member?
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Awuzwakali.
Chairperson.
On what point are you rising?
No, ndiyabulela kakhulu sihlalo. No, we understand that Honorable Mkiva went to the NCOP through singing poems. He's even now singing for SAFA, that's what he does. So he must not try to grandstand using EFF here. He must sing the poems. Otherwise he won't be able to finish the
Thank you very much. Honorable Giver, did you say what they say we have said?
Ababantu bazokwenza isigezo apha namhlanje abayi naseParlamente.
On a point of order, Chair.
Ithuba xa kuthiwa kuzwa kwemisitho enje.
On a point of order, Chair. On a point of order, Chair.
Ukubana bazawubonakalisa into yobana
On a point of order, Chair. On a point of order.
Yeah, no. Yini singayilungisi kanje le nto.
Point of order, Chair.
Ukuthi because the question is very clear. Ingabe lento abathi uyishilo Mkiva mangazange uyisho sizabheka uHansard.
Let me put it in English so that they can get me exactly. Some of these members, they don't even attend committee meetings and the sitting of Parliament.
On a point of order, Chair.
Point of order.
On a point of order, Chair. What is the order? Point of order, Chair.
Yeah.
On a point of order.
What's the point of order?
Can the member please sit down? Thank you.
What's the point of order?
Chairperson, imember la ingezi uzograndstand ngazi. Izoba yimbongi. Uma uthi ufuna ukuba yimbongi, akahamba yofuna umsebenzi ukuba yimbongi. Angafuni uzograndstand ngazi. Angasithathi kanjani. Usikhala kakubi.
Unfortunately, unfortunately, that's not the point of order. But lento kuthiwa ikhulunyiwe sabuye sibheke kuHansard will consult. Please proceed.
Point of order.
Mhlali ngaphambili isazela sibhlungu xa umuntu exelelwa inyani.
On a point of order. On a point of order, Chairperson.
Honorable Matebula, just a minute. Honorable Mkiva.
On a
just
point of
minute.
order.
Yeah. Yes.
House Chair.
On what point are you rising, Honorable Matebula?
On a point of order, Chair. Chairperson.
Order, honorable members, order.
Chairperson.
Umsindo ngathi ungapheka sokazi ukuthi sizwe kahle bathi kuthiwa ndabendini. Yebo.
Chairperson.
Bathini? Yebo.
Nasinavela kutwa leswi Honorable Mkiva va swi vulaka mara na problem ya ku Xitsonga a xi kona la so swi nga endleka va va ri ku rhuketeleni swi nga endleka va karhi va vulavula swilo swa kahle mara translation ya Xitsonga a yi kona. Can you please assist on that, Chairperson?
Yeah. Honorable members, I guess what we should do, because temperatures have risen a bit, so we need to lower them. So we will look at this matter that is being raised. And at the next sitting, we will let you know. So Honorable Mkiva, let's please proceed.
Chairperson, can I be recognized, please? Chairperson, can you please recognize me?
Yeah. Honorable member, what's your point of order? On what point are you rising first?
Chairperson, I just wanted to remind the member that the debate is about building agile state capabilities. He must not come here and sing for his supper.
No. Please sit down, honorable member. Please sit down. Please proceed, honorable.
Point of order, Chair. Point of order, Chair.
Amalungu eParlamente.
Point of order, Chair.
Kufanele into kokubana abonakale
Chair.
ngaphambili ekhokhela izinto zabantu
Point of order, Chair.
Honorable Mkiva.
Chair, point of order.
Honorable Msamai, on what point are you rising?
Sit down.
Honorable Msamai, on what point are you rising first? Before you speak.
The right of my speech.
I've
got the right to speak. Chairperson, can I give the Honorable Mkiva? Ask her to batla maemo mo ka rona. Ntho e buang wane ha ke utlwisise ho.
I can't hear you.
Ask her to debate mo.
Okay, that's not the point of order. Please sit down. Mkiva nawe kuondoda iphambili lento. Ingwele.
Kanizole. Ngifuna mhlali ngaphambili ngiyicacise into kokubana kweli lizwe sonyulwe uba uCyril Ramaphosa ba abe ngumongameli wabantu bonke beli lizwe. Wonke umuntu ukuqala apha kulamalungu eParlamente onke nikhokhelwa nguba uCyril Ramaphosa uthanda ningathanda.
Asoba ngawe apha. Chairperson. Order. Soba ngawe. Asoxelelwa nguwe thina.
I'm rising on a point of order, Chairperson.
Chairperson.
Honorable members.
I'm rising on a point of order.
Honorable members.
Don't generalize. I'm rising on a point of order.
Honorable members, we have a responsibility to debate and raise whatever points in a manner that does not depart from the standing of the House and this whole thing of raising points of orders under the pretext of debate and so on will not really assist us. So I'm appealing to all of us, let's please try and behave in a manner that is in keeping with the dignity of the House. Thank you very much. Mkiva.
Chairperson, ndivumele sihlalo okokubana ndicacise into apha yokokubana ingxaki esinazo kweli lizwe
I rose on a point of
zabangelwa
order.
ngoondlebe zikanyilana abafika
Chairperson.
sizihlalele ngoxolo elizweni loba
A
womkhulu
point of order,
bawuthatha
Chairperson.
umhlaba wethu ngolunye
Chairperson.
ngoku sineminyaka ingamashumi
Chairperson.
anesibhozo sikhulekile
I'm right back
umbutho
there, point
we-ANC
of order.
unyathela kakuhle
Chairperson.
kumcimbi wozawubuyisa lo mhlaba
Order.
kwaye umhlaba wethu singabantu beli lizwe uzawubuyela kubaniniwe.
On a point of order, Chair.
On a point of order. Chairperson, there's a school
Please
in the
proceed,
Eastern
Honorable
Cape.
Mkiva.
There's a school in the Eastern Cape which is still waiting for sanitizers.
I've not allowed
They
you
were
to speak.
given water.
That's not a point of
They
order.
were given water
I've
instead
not
of
allowed you
sanitizers.
to speak.
But a member comes here and wants
Please
to
proceed,
speak
Honorable Mkiva.
as if he's an honorable member.
Please proceed.
Whilst he knows what
given
he
time
did
to
to
the
the
allow
NCOP.
one party to
You
rule
must take us serious, man. Take us serious. We can't listen to corrupt people here.
Mhlali ngaphambi. The ANC took a decisive decision in its 54th conference in 2017 on the question of land. And we want to assure the South Africans that the restoration of land to its original owners is going to happen. But we are going to do that in a manner that is responsible, in a manner that is within the confines of our constitution. We do not have a doubt in our mind that the land must be restored. The ANC government has already taken a clear decision in this respect, particularly umhlaba wasemakhaya siyavana into kokubana mawuye kwi-traditional authorities zisebenzisana nabantu abantu abangomama nolutsha lezwe lakokwethu ukuqinisekisa into kokubana abantu bakuthi bayakwazi ukuxhamla kwizinto ezifakwa ngurhulumente ekuqinisekiseni into kokubana ubomi babo siyabutshintsha. Yi-ANC kuphela ezakwazi ukuwenza lo msebenzi kweli lizwe.
Chairperson, on a point of order. We're not in a branch meeting of the ANC.
Chairperson, ndivumele ndilume kulwimi lasilungu. The impact statement of the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development is for an effective land reform program that ensures food security, inclusive growth and spatial transformation. Besendichilo into kokubana ingxaki ezininzi esinazo kweli lizwe zabangelwa ngamadlagusha afika ayigqobhagqobha inhlalo yethu singama-Afrika kweli lizwe. Seyatshilo omnye ugxa wami into kokubana ayinowuthatha iminyaka engamashumi-28 kuphela ukulungisa ingxingongo yengxaki esafakwa kuyo apha ngoondlebe zikanyilanga. Kodwa ndiyafuna ukunixelela into kokubana omnye wabo apha uze ngaphambili ezowuthi kwiphondo lakhe lase-Western Cape benza le nale naleya. Ndifuna ukunixelela malungu ale palamente ebalulekileyo nabantu bakokwethu into kokubana xa uya kwela phondo lasempuma Kapa entshona Kapa uzawufika ingawona amatyotyombe namabobosi amaninzi ukogqitha onke amaphondo aseMzantsi Afrika. Abantu bakuthi kurhulumente wabo i-Democratic Alliance abaphetheyo pha into abayenzayo balungiselela abantu abamhlophe kuphela nendawo ezihlala abantu abamhlophe kuphela. Abantu bakuthi bahlele bugwayibeni phaya eWestern Cape. In order to ensure that our economy is put on a growth and development trajectory, in 2020, Parliament convened a joint sitting of the Houses to receive from the President of the Republic, President Cyril Ramaphosa, government's plan on economic restructuring and recovery plan. In order for the government to meet the socio-economic needs of our people, the state needs to play a decisive intervention role in the economy and help create an environment conducive to growth of our economy and in coordinating both private and public capitals towards eradicating the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment and inequality. The 54th National Conference of the ANC noted that there has been a slow progress in building a developmental state that has the capacity and capability to mobilize society and direct resources towards developmental goals. The capacity of the state in this regard is recognized in terms of its macroeconomic orientation and ability to direct the behavior of our domestic economy. Umzekelo ocacileyo, abelungu zange benze nento ebonakalayo ezilalini emakhaya. Kodwa lo rhulumente uthe sowungena waqinisekisa into okokubana okokuqala wonke ummi waseMzantsi Afrika ufumane umbane. Ewe siyavuma into okokubana sinazo ingxaki ku-Eskom ngalomzuzu, kodwa isikhokhelo sikamongameli uRamaphosa necabinet yakhe bayaliswana nale ngxaki kwaye sayisombulula le ngxaki. Asizange saqakwa kusombulula ngxaki siyi-ANC. Okwesibini, urhulumente wethu uthe waseka isebe elijongene ne-rural development elizawuqinisekisa into okokubana sijolisa amehlo, sincedisane nabantu basemakhaya bazibone nabo bengabemi abalinganayo nabasezidolophini kweli lizwe. Umsebenzi omninzi sesiwenzile kwiilali ezininzi zalapha eMzantsi Afrika. Zimbi zenzelwe imigaqo, amanzi siwafakile ezilalini. Kuyabonakala umuntu obonayo ngamehlo nofuna ubona ngamehlo uyawubona umsebenzi osebenzile. Honorable Chairperson, we define the developmental state as a state that is able to provide effective basic services with capabilities to take forward far-reaching agenda of the national economic development, whilst at the same time placing people and their involvement at the center of these processes. It is through a developmental state that we can best achieve the objectives and the goals of the economic recovery plan. The economic reconstruction and recovery plan is anchored around two main pillars. The first is the new policy framework to mobilize society around infrastructure-led recovery with investment in key strategic sectors such as agriculture and mining. And the second pillar is premised around the policy framework that will promote investment in agriculture as well as in rural areas in general. Most importantly, the ERRP will help overcome the challenges faced by a drive towards building a developmental state in relation to coordination of government work and the programs across all spheres. Through the district development model, this coordination of government programs will enhance intergovernmental relations. The ERRP identifies the importance of the agricultural sector in creating much-needed job opportunities, as it is a labor-intensive and the ability to employ unskilled, semi-skilled and skilled labor, especially within the agro-processing and related supply value chain industries. Ndifuna ukwenza umzekelo ba umongameli, njengokubana silapha ogwini, siye saphuma singamalungu eParlamente sathi bhazalala kwindawo ngendawo, nemimango nengemimango. Ndibe nethamsanqa lento bana ndiyofika ku-Ward 14 apha kumdeni local municipality. Ndafika kukho abantu abangomama abaziqalele ifactory yokwenza izinto zokuthambisa nensipho yohlamba nezinye izinto. Zonke ezo zinto baziqala ekulimeni izityalo, bathi besawugqiba ukuzityala ngethuba lokuzivuna bazivune, bapheke kuphume insipho nento zokuthambisa. Lo factory namhlanje iqashe abasebenzi abalishumi kwaye izinto abazivelisayo ziyangena kumashishini owurhweba elilizwe afana noSpar, oShoprite, noBoxer, kwaye ngaphezu koko ii-orders zabo ziphuma kumazwe asentshona Europe namazwe ase-Asia. Inye into ekufuneka siyenze kwimisebenzi yolala hlobo ubana urhulumente wethu afake isandla ukwenzela uba la msebenzi wande, ukwenzela uba sizokwazi into yobana siqashe abantu abaninzi abangomama nolutsha nabantu abaswele ingqesho elizweni lakokwethu. Government argues that women, youth and people living with disabilities must play a leading role in the delivery of infrastructure building programs necessary to catalyze our economic recovery. To this end, government has identified some of the long-standing impediments of our economic growth, and these include unreliable electricity supply, costly and inefficient ports and rail work, crime and corruption. It is the ANC that is leading the fight against crime and corruption. And we've demonstrated that in so many ways, and our president is leading from the front.
As you conclude, Honorable Mkiva.
The allocation of budget infrastructure development must ensure that there is a realization of focused intervention to promote sectors of the economy which will stimulate industrialization. It is only through investing kubantu bakuthi ngokuthi bazivezele amaziko nenkomponi zabo zokuvelisa izinto ukwenzela into yobana singasoloko sijonge into yobana sawuqashwa. Kufuneka sivuke sizenzele siphefumlelane norhulumente namaziko karhulumente afake imali alandelele izinto enizimelayo. Asingobantu abamele into kokubana silindele ukakazwa ngurhulumente, koko uthi urhulumente kaRamaphosa vuka uzenzele siza kuncedisa. Xa ndizawugqibezela mhlali ngaphambili, omnye wabuzile apha wazothi they are confused. What is confusing them is the fact
Please
that they
conclude,
stay.
Honorable Member.
What is
Conclude.
confusing them is the fact that they stay in ivory towers. And there are examples that they come and make here. They are so detached from the reality of our people who live in squalor and limbo. We want to tell you that you cannot compare apples to pineapples. The fact of the matter is that it is only the ANC government that is ensuring the inclusive participation of our people in our economy, and that is going to happen in our lifetime. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mkiva.
Chairperson.
I'm told that Honorable De Brain is now supposed to come through. It's virtual. Let's try and give him space before the president responds.
Chairperson.
Honorable De Brain, yeah.
Chairperson,
De
just
Brain.
before you conclude, Chair, I just wanted.
On what point are you rising?
Yes, Chair. It's an order, Chair, on the Presidium, Chair. That I'm following that there is a member, Memukausi, has called the president a criminal here. And we were told that we were going to check the Hansard, Chair. I just wanted to say, Chair, that I think because there's never been a ruling here, I'm pleading with you, Chair, to rule before we leave here so that before we leave here, no one leaves with a cloud hanging because of things that we know that are not true. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
No, we will deal with this issue in an appropriate manner. We'll come back to the council and report back on how the matter is being dealt with. Let's leave it on that note. Honorable De Brain.
Chairperson.
The brain is not on the platform, so we'll proceed, Honorable President, and let's hear your response and closing remarks.
Order, Chair. I'm rising on a point of order, Chairperson.
I don't really understand because the president has hardly spoken. Now you want to raise a point of order.
You will understand. Give me a chance to rise on a point of order.
What's the point of order?
Chairperson, the reality is that majority of you here in this house feels aggrieved that are spoken here in this house about
No.
We are still repeating it.
It's not a point of order.
That is not a point of order.
She can't address the chairperson like that.
The president will proceed here.
You must stand down. You can't address the chairperson when you are sitting down.
Honorable President, please proceed.
That's not a point of order.
Sit down, honorable member, sit down.
The president who's got an authority to
I'm now
without consequences.
I'm now
The EFF will never listen to a corrupt individual
I'm now ordering you out of the house.
without consequences.
Out of the house. Out.
We're not listening to him.
Out. Out. Please leave. Please move. Out. Now, thank you very much. We will now proceed. Honorable President.
Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP and Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, our premiers who are here present, ministers and deputy ministers, honorable members of the National Council of Provinces, the President of SALGA.
Honorable members, if you can just be quiet a bit and keep the disturbances to a minimum. Please proceed, President.
Thank you. MECs and mayors and councillors here present, the chairperson of the ANC in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, Mr. Sponiso Duma, representatives
Order, members, please sit down.
Address the challenges that our people are facing. And you also explained how the challenges such as housing, such as water, and many others, as well as local government challenges, were fully outlined in terms of the solutions that our government is and has embarked upon. This debate has also been enriched by the participation of our leaders at provincial level. MEC Shongwe gave a very extensive historical account of the origins of our challenges. He correctly pointed out that we are having to deal with the legacies of colonialism and apartheid that were in the making for 342 years. We have made great progress, he said, in the 28 years that the ANC government has been in office. We often forget, as the people of this country, that for 342 years, this country was being misruled, the people extensively exploited for all those 342 years by colonizers as well as under apartheid misrule. And of course, our people are impatient. We want to see this country completely changed, and all our problems and challenges that had their foundation over 342 years being resolved overnight. But MEC Shongwe gave a very educated outline and account of where we have come from. And he said we ought to know where we come from as we proceed forward where we want to go to. And I thank him for that. Thank you very much, MEC Shongwe. Premier Ntombela, with great passion, urged us never to give up despite the challenges that we are facing. She said, never, never, never give up. Because we are not a people who give up. We are a people who engage in struggle and face our challenges head on. And as she demonstrated how in the Free State they are addressing their challenges, and of course she has great reason to be proud of the great achievements the Free State has made in education, where the Free State has come out number one in 4 years. And obviously also challenging other provinces like Gauteng, which has often been number 2, to a point where Premier Lusufi responded and said, you watch out, we will also be number 1, and suggesting that they may be number 1 next year when the matric results come out. But with great passion, Premier Ntombela, who never gives up, for as long as I've known her, she's always been positive, optimistic, energetic, and always rearing to go. Despite having faced challenges also in Jagersfontein, challenges also in the municipalities in the Free State, but she remains positive. And that is the spirit that we should all have as South Africans, despite the challenges that we face. And thank you very much, Mantombela. Ke a leboga, ngiyabonga ukuthi you remain positive. And of course, progress has been made across the board. And our Premier here in KZN outlined extensively the progress that they've been making, and I'll refer to it in a little while. MEC Mani Lusiti spoke extensively about the need for cooperation with the private sector, but she also said something quite profound, that our mayors must be champions of economic development. I've often said that economic development in our country must start right from the bottom upwards. Our towns and cities must not be expecting that economic development will be showered from the top. It has to rise from the bottom. It is our towns and cities and our municipalities that must be the bedrock of our economic development. They are the ones who must create that conducive environment at the town, at the city, at the metro level that will attract investors to come and invest. And unless that happens, economic development, growth, and job creation will not easily happen. I often cite the case of China. China is the economic behemoth that it is, the second largest economy in the world, and Their objective is to be the largest economy. But that economic growth started at the bottom. It started in their towns. It took the mayors, the councillors, to ensure that they create that climate and they promote investment. And they started up setting up investment promotion offices and areas in their towns. They are the ones who started mobilizing investment. And they are the ones who attracted investment in their towns. And of course, with the help of provincial government, their states, as well as national government, the three spheres of government then started working together. So MEC Mani Lusiti is absolutely correct. It is that cooperation that we must have with the private sector right at the local level, but also our mayors, yes, our speakers, yes, our chief whips, and our councillors must be the economic ambassadors of the areas where our people live. If we do not do that, we will not be able to achieve the economic growth that we want. And as I said in my main input, investments do not happen at the union buildings or in Parliament in Cape Town. They happen right at the lowest level. So that is what we need to focus on. Umamu Pipi spoke also extensively about the issue of economic emancipation. And I know she feels very strongly about this, as we should all. Economic emancipation of those who were relegated to the back of economic development in our country, economic emancipation of the women and empowerment of our country. She spoke about the district development model, that this is what we should use to develop the economy of our country, the economy of our regions, economy of our municipalities. That is what is needed. And if we can embrace the message that she was putting across, we will be able, without fail, to see real economic emancipation of the black people of South Africa. That is where we will be headed. Premier Lesufi, I was rather pleased to hear him outline the plans that they have in Gauteng and the steps that they are taking. And many of our provinces have similar plans. But he put real money behind some of the initiatives that they're taking. Real money to empower our township businesses. They passed the Township Development Act. And with that, they are now armed with real action that can be taken. And putting 650 million rand behind this type of economic empowerment initiative is very powerful. It is new, it is fresh, and it does feel like Gauteng indeed, in terms of the economic plan that they have. And yes, Gauteng has gone out, and KZN has also gone out, Eastern Cape has also gone out, and indeed a number of our provinces to attract investors. What they have been doing in developing their economic zone and attracting a company like Ford to come and invest billions of rands and working with them to create that conducive environment where today we are now going to manufacture 750 vehicles a day. And through that, of course, Eastern Cape does that, KZN does that, we will be competing with countries like Germany, like Japan, like Korea, in terms of making vehicles that will be exported. And the market that Gauteng and of course other provinces are targeting, is the market on our continent. Through the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, we will be able to sell our vehicles, the products we make, into the rest of the continent. So where we are at the southern tip of our continent, many countries see us as the entry, the gate into the continent. And that is why investors, yes, are coming to South Africa and investing so that we can all capture the African market. Africa is opening up. We are saying it should no longer open up just for Europe and places like that. It should open up for Africa as a whole. Countries in our continent must make things that will be sold and consumed in Africa so that we no longer have to run to Europe to go and import stuff. Africans must be buying things, vehicles and products that are made here. And this is also going to benefit our mining industry, because the beneficiation that will take place here in terms of making vehicles, the various minerals that go into making those vehicles are here. And soon we are now going to be moving towards making electric vehicles, electric cars that are going to be needed in Europe, in America and many other places, must be made here in South Africa. And I'm glad that our provinces are gearing up for making those vehicles. A few years ago, I spoke about building smart cities. Many took time to laugh at this dream that I spoke about. I'm glad that Premier Lesufi has caught on to this dream. And now we are going to have a smart city in Gauteng, but we are also going to have a smart city here in KZN combined with the Eastern Cape, right here. So many things are going to start happening, and I'm rather pleased that our premiers have taken time, including our MECs, to outline precisely the economic progress that we are making and the economic progress that we are going to continue making. Ndade Mohai, I want to thank him for speaking more about the need to have public servants who are going to put our people first. And he also spoke about celebrating some of the progress that we have made in SEZ, and he spoke quite logically about the developmental state. And he said that we are a developmental state, and what we need to do is to focus more on issues of development. And we are a different type of developmental state because we are inherently a democratic state, which seeks to include and involve as many people as possible, various formations that must play a key role in building this South African developmental state. And with that, we will be able to improve the lives of our people. MEC Sikwati spoke about the need for infrastructure development, and I could not agree with him more. But he speaks about it from a different or an interesting angle, that it must be targeted and integrated. It must be based on planning, and we must develop a clear district development practice, which they have done in Limpopo and which all the districts in Limpopo have embraced, where they now have one plan for each of the districts focused on developing infrastructure, water, and so forth. Babu Hateb from the IFP, ngiyabonga kakhulu ukuthi uzinike isikhathi ukukhuluma ngeenkinga zabantu bakithi. Ngiyakubonga kakhulu waze wayokhuluma ngeenkinga zabantu bakithi uma baya emahhovisi afana noSASSA. neseyibhedlela ukuthi balinda isikhathi eside. Ngiyakubonga lokho ngoba angukuthathi as a criticism. I take that as very good suggestions ukuthi le inkinga singazixazulula kanjani na. Ngiyakubonga kakhulu ukuthi you have been forthright in putting these views across. Premier wethu uNomusa Dube Ncube, ngibonga kakhulu ukuthi you took your time in explaining more in full the challenges that we have faced with the floods and the initiatives that we are taking, and you gave us an update, the progress that we are making in terms of accommodating our people who initially, as the floods happened, were accommodated in halls. Some of them are being moved out, and they are being moved into decent accommodation to give them dignity, to make sure Uguti they will lead a better life as they move on. And thank you also for giving us a progress report on the work that we are doing in repairing the roads, the bridges, the schools, and also in rebuilding the houses that were destroyed in the floods. Other people may not really appreciate the progress. The floods that we experienced in the Eastern Cape and in KZN and in parts of Northwest were quite devastating floods. And Umama, Sylvia Lucas, she's absolutely right in saying we must also focus on climate change, because what we have seen on the eastern side of our country, affecting especially KZN and in Eastern Cape, could be occurrences that happen all the time. And now we must address climate change, and as we address it, we were right now at the COP27 where we were insisting that the developed countries must live up to the commitments and the promises they made, and they must make sure that the money that they promised, the $100 billion every year, must now be made available to countries that are most affected by climate change. We used to think, Oguti, these severe floods will happen once every 100 years, or they will only happen in countries like Mozambique without wishing them ill, or they will happen on other countries on the eastern side. They are now here. And yes, we need to get ready for disasters that are going to befall us on an ongoing basis. We have learned a lot from these floods, and that is why I appreciated the report from our Premier here about the progress that we have made. These floods have highlighted how important local government is in preparing and responding to natural disaster. And that is why it has been important for us to come here so that we can talk to the people who are most affected by these floods. And that is why it has been so good to hear also Ubaba Mkiva. Ubaba Mkiva spoke about the progress that we've been making over many years, and I thank him for that, because the progress has been extensive. Ubaba Ustofile Wesalga has given us insights on what we should be doing going into the future. The fiscal architecture that Salga would like us to start looking at, to remodel, yes, even local government, so that we can avoid some of the challenges and the problems that we are having. So he's planted a seed, and we need to look at it quite extensively. Salga is our organization that focuses on our local government, and they have a lot of ideas. I also particularly like the ideas that they've put forward with regard to helping our local governments to pay their debts, to collect money, and how we can get companies to cooperate and also to play a role. MEC Meha liked her input in terms of focusing on service delivery. And Honorable Bara spoke about the gender-based violence and also applauded the summit that we held. And I think it's been important for us to make progress on gender-based violence. What I did appreciate when we were at the summit is the fact that our provinces held their own summits. They made a great deal of progress in bringing many formations together and focus on the solutions that we need to have. You are absolutely right in saying 10% of gender-based violence takes place in institutions of higher learning. Yes, that is so, but there are quite a number of those institutions that are beginning to focus on real practical steps that we need to take in addressing gender-based violence. For instance, focusing on men, young men, and having discussions and engagements with men on their own so that this masculinity that men have that is directed to oppressing women and abusing women must come to an end. You also spoke about crime that is on the rise. I'm very pleased that Minister Cele has been here and he's going to come back. Uzobuya. But what we are doing is we are employing more police. Sikasha amaphoyisa more and more. Because we've realized that as our population has gone up, the number of personnel in the police service has not gone up. So we are hiring more and more police this year, and the commissioner is also here. We're already bringing in 10,000 freshly employed and trained police. Next year, we are going to bring more police into the service with a view, with a view of bringing down the levels of criminality in our country. So progress is being made, and we are saying some of those who stood here, abangaboni ukuthi siyaqhubha siyaphambili, ukuthi bake bavule amehlo abo, babone ngempela ukuthi kuyasetshenzwa. And the progress that we are going to continue making is the type of progress, yes, that has been taking time, because what this administration inherited has been enormous challenges where the state has also become rather weak and there hasn't been real good capacity, where we had all these calamities that befell us in July last year, where we had unrest, where COVID also worsened the situation. Unemployment has been on the rise, and all these challenges, we are addressing them. And I have confidence, Ogoti, we will keep going up, addressing these challenges, and we should never give up. As Premier Ntombela said, we are South Africans, we don't give up. We must continue to fight and struggle against all these challenges that we have. And as I conclude, I want to say that I want to thank members of Parliament who have taken time to come out here. But many members of Parliament also take their constituency work very seriously. Yabonga ukuthi members of Parliament do get into the communities. I want to thank our ministers and deputy ministers for the work that they put in. And the explanations that they gave here were quite deep, they were quite involved, and they were able to demonstrate that yes, work is being done and work is going to be done. Mbonge o premier betu, because they are hard-working premiers. And I thank them for the work that they have done. I want to thank the leadership of the NCOP for arranging this parliament. We hold this parliament once a year. Kwangathi we can hold it maybe a few more times where we bring parliament to our people, because we do need to communicate and tell our people what we are doing. They mustn't just see it on television. They must have an opportunity to meet with us so that they can bring forward also their suggestions. What I also appreciated, ukuthi la KZN, many of our people did not just bring ikhalazo nje. They put forward suggestions. And I appreciate the suggestions that were also put forward here in this district. Ukuthi ezinye inkinga zethu singazixazulula kanjani. So that is what I appreciate about being here. So I leave this place highly encouraged, spirits lifted, in knowing ukuthi our people can see progress is being made, but at the same time, they are in a hurry. Bafuna amanzi, bafuna izindlu, bafuna indlela, bafuna nemisebenzi. So imlayezo enisinike yona ukuthi silungise zonke lezo zinto.
Honorable members, please take your seats. Please take your seats. There's a problem about on electricity. We have a problem. But let me just say a few words as we move towards adjournment. The first point to make is that taking Parliament to the People's Programme has been designed in such a way, amongst others, to promote public involvement in the overall quest to improve the quality of life of our people. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank the President for making his time available so that indeed he could be with us. So thank you very much, Mr. President. Sithi kasibonge amazwi akhaliphile, amazwi akhayo angabhekile nje la kulikamthaniya, but abheka uMzantsi Afrika jikelele. UPresident siyabongile ngama ministers. Ngithi ngibonge uPremier uNomusa Dube Ncube, sibonge uPremier uNtombela from the Free State, sibonge uPremier uPanyaza Lesufi from Gauteng, bese ke sibonge abahlonishwa ama-MECs aziphi isikhathi ukuthi abengxenye yale program. Sibonge osomlomo ikakhulukazi uSpeaker wase Northwest, sikubonile mbe. Sibonge uMayor we-district, sibonge bonke oMayor abakhona. Sibonge amakhansela, sibonge umphakathi, sibonge amakhosi. Let me also express a word of appreciation both to the permanent as well as the special delegates. Now, as we prepare to close and adjourn, members are requested to remain standing whilst the procession leaves the house. Honorable members, honorable delegates, the sitting is adjourned.
Honorable members, those who are traveling, we have about 30 minutes to get going. Those who are traveling, we have about 30 minutes to get going. Please, let's move towards lunch so that we can get into the cars and leave. Thank you very much.
There will now be an opportunity for silent prayer or meditation.